you all for tuning into our live stream today, presented by Still Real Productions and in sponsorship with Valley Tech Production Group. We welcome you to the Bold Connections Drift Alliance Grassroots, round 4 of the 5-round series at Agassiz Speedway. To give you a quick breakdown on how the day will be structured, drivers will be given an allotted practice time of an hour and a half, starting at 10 o'clock. They'll be limited to 8 runs per driver, chase or lead, to keep the field as even as possible. Moving forward right into qualifying, drivers will receive 1 qualifying pass. If you happen to zero that first pass, judges will place you at the back of the bracket where they best see fit, meaning all drivers qualify. Top 10 qualifiers get qualifying points. First qualifier gets 10 points, second qualifier gets 9 points, third qualifier gets 8 points, and so on. Drivers will be judged on style, line, and angle, 30 points each, leaving a 10-point X factor for 2 of our judges to determine. These scores will sum up where the drivers sit amongst the field, forming our bracket. You can follow the qualifying leaderboard in the live update window on the left side of the screen. Heading into eliminations, drivers will follow the traditional 2-run format. 1 chase, 1 lead. A winner will be decided by our 3 judges, Mitch McGarvey, Jamie Tedesco, and head judge, Matt Rizecki. The same judging principles will be followed. Style, line, and angle will determine the fate of who moves on to the next round. With the point standings being shaken up amongst the top 10 competitors last round, Clinton's still hanging on to the lead and Alex still hot on his heels, but only 43 points separating him from 3rd place. Will Clinton and Alex get bumped from their podium spots this round? Stay tuned to find out and enjoy another action-packed round at Agassiz Speedway with Bold Connections Drift Alliance. I'd like to give a huge shout out to all of our sponsors, as we just couldn't do this without your support. Excel Auto Glass, Certified Auto Sound, Kinetic Signs, Zestino Tire, 110 Hobbies, Still Real Productions, Reapers Customs, Fountain Tire Chilliwack, Drift Enthusiast Magazine, RaceGear.ca, Rona, Valley Tech Production Group, and last but not least, Agassiz Speedway. Thanks again to everyone for the ongoing support. We hope you guys enjoy the show. Good afternoon, Drift fans. I'd like you to join us in simulation as we take you for a lap around our round 4 layout at Agassiz Speedway. Drivers will start by scrubbing in their tires at the burn box. This effectively warms the front tires to ensure they don't push or understeer as they accelerate through the corner during their run. From here, they'll pull up next to their opponent at the start line, where our start line official, Ian Clydesdale, will send them off. We have a start light that gets triggered by the start line official. It will fully illuminate 4 lights, and then extinguish. Once extinguished, drivers are free to leave the start line. If drivers have a false start by hitting a start line cone or jumping the start light, there is a restart light that will be illuminated for them to see before entering the first corner, signifying a restart. The lights are out, lead car feathers through the chicane, and we are off into the first corner. Drivers are going to want to throw it in high up at the wall, initiating before the end of the 1, 2, 3 cones, just getting into the touch and go. Remember, judges want to see full commitment and full throttle commitment as they drop into the infield, hammering forward to the first inner clip. After the drivers settle the car coming into the infield, they're going to want to have a quick minimal correction transition past inner clip 1. If done correctly, this should set them up nicely for the entirety of the first outer zone. Judges are going to want to see max angle and a fluent line with minimal correction as they pass through the entirety of the large outside zone 1. After drivers fully fill outside zone 1, there will be a very fast and snappy transition past inner clip 2, setting them up for another large outside zone. The lines you see placed in front of the inner clips signify a reference point on proximity to help the judges in scoring these drivers' runs. Drivers will be carrying a lot of speed into this outside zone 2, as the section of the track really lets the drivers stretch the legs a bit. Throwing themselves deep into another large zone, drivers will be pressed up against the yellow barriers as they come through the finish line. Thanks for joining us in this Bold Connections Drift Alliance preview.
Hey guys, we're here at the BCDA Round 3 Grassroots Series. I'm Clinton Renaud. I drive the S13 240 truck.
He's really making a move to get away from him. Clinton's not giving him much room though. He's catching up back.
Been having luck in the last 2 rounds.
Difficult or not though, Clinton is really getting up on his door.
Ended up being able to take the wins. Hoping to come out with that outcome again today, but we'll see how it goes.
No, that was no good from Clinton there. Mr. Wilson takes the win in that little S13. Josh is taking his rear bumper off, I believe. Our first place driver goes to James W.
Run the street, BCD still real. Speedway lights got me feel Agassiz on the wheel. Engines roar, tires squeal. Hearts pounding, it's surreal. Crowd cheers, keep it sealed. Drift kings make it real. Drift away in another night. Feel the speed, feel the flight. At Agassiz. BCDA the light. Push the limits out of sight. Still we'll make it.
to find a paper bag and put it up there. They don't come in. Yeah. A brown paper bag. Yeah. Sounds stupid, but it's the best thing that actually works. I do. Clear. Trout.
I'd like to give a huge shout out to all of our sponsors, as we just couldn't do this without your support. Excel Auto Glass, Certified Auto Sound, Kinetic Signs, Zestino Tire, 110 Hobbies, Still Real Productions, Reaper's Customs, Fountain Tire Chilliwack, Drift Enthusiast Magazine, RaceGear.ca, Rona, Valley Tech Production Group, and last but not least, Agassiz Speedway. Thanks again to everyone for the ongoing support. We hope you guys enjoy the show. Good afternoon, Drift fans. I'd like you to join us in simulation as we take you for a lap around our round 4 layout at Agassiz Speedway. Drivers will start by scrubbing in their tires at the burn box. This effectively warms the front tires to ensure they don't push or understeer as they accelerate through the corner during their run. From here, they'll pull up next to their opponent at the start line, where our start line official Ian Clydesdale will send them off. We have a start light that gets triggered by the start line official. It will fully illuminate 4 lights, and then extinguish. Once extinguished, drivers are free to leave the start line. If drivers have a false start by hitting a start line cone or jumping the start light, there is a restart light that will be illuminated for them to see before entering the first corner, signifying a restart. The lights are out, lead car feathers through the chicane, and we are off into the first corner. Drivers are going to want to throw it in high up at the wall, initiating before the end of the 1, 2, 3 cones, just getting into the touch and go. Remember, judges want to see full commitment and full throttle commitment as they drop into the infield, hammering forward to the first inner clip. After the drivers settle the car coming into the infield, they're going to want to have a quick minimal correction transition past inner clip 1. If done correctly, this should set them up nicely for the entirety of the first outer zone. Judges are going to want to see max angle and a fluent line with minimal correction as they pass through the entirety of the large outside zone 1. After drivers fully fill outside zone 1, there will be a very fast and snappy transition past inner clip 2, setting them up for another large outside zone. The lines you see placed in front of the inner clips signify a reference point on proximity to help the judges in scoring these drivers' runs. Drivers will be carrying a lot of speed into this outside zone 2, as the section of the track really lets the drivers stretch the legs a bit. Throwing themselves deep into another large zone, drivers will be pressed up against the yellow barriers as they come through the finish line. Thanks for joining us in this Bold Connections Drift Alliance preview.
Hey guys, we're here at the BCDA Round 3 Grassroots Series. I'm Clinton Renaud. I drive the S13 240 truck.
He's really making it move to get away from him. Clayton's not giving him much room though. He's catching up back.
Been having luck in the last 2 rounds.
Difficult or not though, Clinton is really getting up on his door.
Ended up being able to take the wins. Hoping to come out with that outcome again today, but we'll see how it goes.
No, that was no good from Clinton there. Mr. Wilson takes the win in that little S13. Josh is taking his rear bumper off, I believe. Our first place driver goes to James W.
Run the street, BCD still real. Speedway lights got me feel Agassiz on the wheel. Engines roar, tires squeal. Hearts pounding, it's surreal. Crowd cheers can't conceal. Drift kings make it real. Drift away in the night. Feel the speed, feel the flight. At Agassiz under lights. Burning tracks just feels right. Every turn a new fight. BCDA the light. Push the limits out of sight. Still real, making it tight.
One win? Okay.
Andrew.
Oh, we're doing it.
Oh, nice. Perfect.
Alright, Gaston. Hit us with a little info. Alright, this is Gaston Morrison.
What's up?
Go shoot. Hit us with a little info on your car. How long have you been driving for? What do you got here today?
This is my seat time car. It's my Grassroots car, which is 350Z stock. It's I do have a 240 with an LS in it, and that's kind of a little bit of a faster car. It's not suitable for this Grassroots action.
It's a little extreme.
It is, you know, it's kind of what they said is bringing a bazooka to a slingshot.
So you're going to sandbag in an underpowered car and still beat everybody. That's what he's getting
no,
at.
I don't beat everybody. That's the thing. You know what? It's anybody's game out here, man. It's a fun game because you make a little mistake, somebody can capitalize on it and take the win.
Very
you know?
true.
So
Yeah.
it's all about making the least amount of mistakes.
How many years have you been driving a drift car?
I don't want to admit that.
Well, we want to know. The people want to
I'm
know.
old, man. I'm old.
How
And,
many?
you know what? I feel like if I say that, I should have more W's under my belt. So.
I don't know, man. You're still the W king in our hearts, man.
Yeah, you're still winning.
That's good. No, it's been more than 10 years. You know.
Perfect. It shows,
After
man.
that, I've kind of lost track.
You look like a natural out there.
Yeah. This car, the Z's do great.
They're just an efficient, all-around good
Just
car.
work. I don't know. The BMWs are great too. They, you know, they do their stuff and everything. But
They both sound terrible, but you're right. They do work good.
I know. I do enjoy the hum of the LS a lot more. So.
Yeah, I like to see you drive that car more too.
Yeah, it's fun. It's a good car.
Good car.
So, as Gaston said, it makes a good example. As one of our best drivers, explain how simple your car is set up to what you're doing. It's really not that much that he's got going
all stock
on.
within the parts that I've replaced because I've hit walls. I've hit cars. Yeah, you know, shit happens. Excuse my English, but it's a basic drivetrain setup. I've got a modest angle kit. I've got a welded diff and a hydro. That's it.
So yeah, it really doesn't take a lot. Thank you, Gaston. And you want to give a quick shout out to your sponsors, people who keep you on track here?
Yeah, the Dark Lotus team's all great. And actually the BCDA is awesome. These guys are so great to us. You know, I've got TNT Motorsports. I've got Action Tire that helps us out a bunch. My company, Hard Knock Stunts.
Hard Knock Stunts, make sure to check that out. Gaston's doing a lot out there with movies and everything.
Yeah. So good, so fun.
Yeah.
And the family and the wife, you know.
Big shout out.
Yeah. Big time.
Good seeing you. Good luck out there today.
Thanks, buddy.
Have a great comp.
Thanks.
Okay, boom. Clinton coming in hot off an injury. Explain what just happened.
Yeah, let's see it.
He might be out of comp. Who knows?
He's blown his thumb out, but he's still ready to drive. Tell us about this car, man. What's under the hood?
LQ9 6-liter with a little T76 turbo on it. Has like a T56 behind it, so it's your pretty basic LS swap stuff. Stock bottom end, a little bit of stuff to hold the RPM in the top end. So,
how many years have you been driving this specific chassis?
I think I've owned it for over 10 years.
Really?
Yeah, I picked it up like as not even a rolling shell. Put an RB20 in it, and then ended up going to an SR20 for a bit.
How long ago did you make the truck end for it?
That actually, coming home, we smashed the rear hatch, we smashed the sunroof. It went 60 feet in the air. Jordan's behind me, and having to dodge it, drive out of the way and dodge it. It was pretty wild.
So it decided to become a truck.
Yeah, when it smashed, we were just like, let's get rid of that hatch and chop it up. And fortunately, like he was working at a metal shop that allowed us to come in after hours and chop it apart and like make it what it is. Like we chopped it apart in his parents' backyard. That's a good friend. Yeah. Oh yeah, great friend.
So you've built a lot of this entire car on your own, basically.
Well, me and Jordan,
Jordan.
yeah, we did a lot of fab together on it. And
Clinton and Jordan both fabbed Drag Coast. Jordan, who owns BCDA, runs the whole show, but
yeah.
Clinton, he's a really good fabricator.
I've known him since elementary school.
Sorry to hear that.
Yeah.
So how long in total would you say you've been drifting and then now comp drifting or doing the grassroots stuff? I'd say you're still more grassroots guy.
Well, I didn't actually start competing in like the old days in Penticton, right? Like we were just doing, and that was just for like, oh, I won, yeah, woo, not, like nothing. So these were the first serious like last 2 years, I guess, for like grassroots. But I've been party drifting with everybody for Jesus over 10, 12 years, I think. It's been wild.
Won both our last 2 rounds of grassroots.
And then a half decent driver won the 3rd one, so it's been half decent podiums. So
bunch of half decent drivers taking over.
Half decent drivers taking the win. Yeah. I don't know what that says about everyone else, but
right. But yeah, it's been a great car. Like stock 240 diff is in it. I tried to upgrade to Z33 axles, but I still seem to break those occasionally. It's only running about 9 pounds of boost, so nothing too wild.
Simple setup.
Holly setup, so.
But if you look closely, this whole fender's melted.
Yeah, the hood exit, yeah.
The hood exit. Come check out this hood. This thing's pretty sweet. The front end of this car is really where the
it's falling apart, but
it's falling apart. But if you look at this,
I want to revamp it over the winter here on the off season, and then see what that brings me.
Do you think you'd ever switch it up from 240 chassis? I know you have a G35.
I do like the Z33s.
Yeah.
I keep looking at Beamers and everybody are just loving it, but I don't know if I could go to the European cars, but they look like they make amazing grip.
Yeah. No, that's definitely something with the mechanical grip on those chassis. They're impressive. Do you have anyone you want to shout out that supports you, keeps you on track?
Just everybody, the whole community, my family, like everybody just keeps things great for me. Like, yeah, it's been awesome. Jordan's great for like making all this happen. So like, big shout out to him for making this happen.
Big shout out BCDA.
And everybody involved with it. Like, and trying to get sponsors. Like I had a little Lordco sponsor, but one day, hopefully, like if I like. Even trying to afford this grassroots, like it's so expensive. So trying to move up by yourself without any support is really hard. So see what we can do. I think I got the driver skill, but and the somewhat car behind me. So.
Yo, you definitely do. Well, our current champion of the series, and basically winning our first 2 rounds. Let's see if you can get number 4.
Yeah, hopefully. Fingers crossed. Well, thank you very much.
Good luck today. Hold on, get the blood out of there. Nice, good man.
Yeah.
Great, how are you doing?
Good, man. How's yourself?
Good. Good. Oh yeah. All right, we got Shelby Moreau.
Hey.
Of Fountain Tire.
Yep.
You could say anyone else you a big shout out to start this
Dark
interview?
Lotus Drift Team.
Dark Lotus Drift Team.
So we've been around for a long time. I've been driving for 15 years now, so I'm pretty old.
Yeah.
But you know, getting there. Grays are popping out, but I'm still having fun.
Grays are coming out, stressful.
Tell us about this car and how you like to use this one over your pro car.
I built this car specifically just for the BCDA Grassroots. So I wanted a car that was competitive, you know, not overpowered, and just show you can have fun with the stock car. You know, pick this up for $3 grand. Put some suspension into it. You know, I'm probably $8-9 grand into it now, but it works. And you know, you get in it, turn the key, and it starts up and it works. So
how long have you been driving? Like, would you say competitively, and then just drifting in general?
Just drifting in general. I've been driving for about 15 years now.
Sweet.
And then competitively, probably about 10, I would say, probably.
Okay. Did you start driving at Agassiz more, or were you Evergreen?
I was Agassiz. So I was like around the original Agassiz back in like Cell Block D.
Cell Block D, OG stuff right there.
Helping them run the events and stuff like that. So yeah, it's been a long drift career. So
yeah. How are you liking this series?
It's good. Yeah, it's pretty competitive. There's a lot of good drivers, but it's fun. This track keeps it fair. You know, you can't run away from anybody really. You know, so it's an awesome track, and it's really close to my house. So can't complain there. So
sweet.
Yeah.
You got any more questions for him?
No, that's about it. Pretty much got that summed up. 15 years of driving. This guy's ready to take the W today.
Yeah,
I'm ready.
Wins.
I need a win today.
Yeah. Well, you're looking hot out there. The car's looking like it's taking taking a little abuse,
A little
but
abuse,
it's a drift
but
car. That's how it
The
is.
more damage, the less you care, and the harder you drive. Right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. The resale program's always in the future.
Yeah, exactly.
Well,
Awesome.
good luck out there today, Shelby.
Okay, thanks,
Get
guys.
the win, buddy.
Thanks, bro.
All right, we got Dakota Janzen, the Helmets Perogie. Hit us with what do you bring for the racetrack, or what do you bring to the racetrack today?
This is my E46, the Helmy's Gourmet Foods on the side, our pierogi company. It's got a 408 cubic inch LS that makes like 420-ish.
That's it, eh?
Yeah, no, I put really small heads and a small cam into it so that I can hold it back a little bit.
Oh, you got your name on the seat?
Yeah, look at that.
Look at this. This guy's bringing the heat. That's cool.
30 US bucks to get all my logos and stuff in it.
Oh,
I was like,
sweet.
that's a no-brainer for sure.
That's not bad at all. Yeah,
Yeah.
That's very cool.
Fun little detail on the car.
So how long have you been driving?
This is the end of my 3rd year.
Another 30. Well, did you drive on?
Okay, end of the 2nd year.
Dakota's been struggling with some engine stuff, but he's back and he's taking. You're ripping the last round, and I mean the Wednesday night I saw you. This thing's been shredded.
Yeah, no,
Looks
it's finally been working really well. Working through a bunch of little gremlins, but I mean it's the way it goes with new stuff. Right?
Yeah.
Just takes a long time to get through everything.
Yeah. How are you liking the series so far? I guess this is your
It's good.
second round.
Yeah, I was gonna say
driving it now.
it's my 2nd round, but I'm really loving it. I really like competition because it allows me to work on different skill sets.
There you
It's
go.
not just driver, it's a lot of mental that I get
Yeah.
to work on. So I really enjoy that part.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
And then any big sponsors you want to shout out? You got Helmies, obviously.
Helmies and then Lordco as well. And then that's it.
Nice. Okay, helping
Yeah.
Cameron Dirks and little his engine.
What?
I'm like pierogies. We have to go shopping or anything.
Yeah.
Just stick them in there. I know you left early, man. I know that yeah, pierogies for dinner. Pulled the 6 and left early. Maybe eat the 2 we got. Yeah, I'll do that one. I forgot you're pregnant.
Oh, you hit.
What's that?
Charles. Is it bubble? Charles. Charles. Remember what I said in the message? You haven't checked your phone yet, have you?
Oh, no, not yet.
Check your messages. I mean it.
Did you
private send me the message or no?
Yeah.
Oh, damn! No!
Charles? Charles. I think you were the only driver that didn't do a score run.
You know what I told him when he got
practice.
here? Similar. Less harsh
It's
wording.
the car. It's 100% the Mustang.
Oh, okay.
I know, I'm starting to hate it. I'll tell you that.
Then stop driving. Just drive the Z. We've been telling you that for months.
You have a V6 that weighs probably a little loud. It takes a little bit.
Double the power, maybe.
Yeah, it's a lot more power.
Will do, for sure. Getting there. It was smoking a little bit after the last round, and I'm like, oh, don't want that to be Charles this year's problem next year.
Put a 4.6 in it.
What, you mean in the Mustang? On the list, maybe?
Sell the Mustang.
I know a guy that has a lot of them.
Mitch is a hater.
He's even in Chilliwack. On the way home.
Are you really going to argue with me that the Mustang's better than your E46?
No, Mustang.
Is it the wizard or the wand, Mitch?
Did I just hear someone try and say his Mustang is better than a 46?
No. Yeah. I was chirping Mustangs. Tanner, the Mustang guy.
Let's be nice with the Mustangs here today.
All right, drivers meeting. All right, everybody, before qualifying, please get your bumpers back on your cars if you can.
And stickers on your wheels.
And yes, definitely stickers on wheels. If you try to pull out on track without those, you just won't get your qualifying right.
If they're thin
Yes.
spoke, 2 stickers.
Yeah.
Call them out right now.
Yeah,
Call them out
if you
right
got
now.
more than 8 spokes on your wheel, we want at least 2 spokes covered with the sticker or tape.
That's clear as day right now. We will boot you in competition if we see that you do not have stickers or they're not valid to what we want. So if you have questions, ask them now. Okay. Some track changes. We asked you guys to run a nice wide line here. A lot of you guys were, a lot of you guys weren't, so we added a zone. You have outer zone 1 here after the touch and go. So you're gonna come wide, outer zone 1. Inner clip 1's the same. We're not adding a decel here. 90% of you guys are just adding angle and left footing, which is fine as long as you're not decelling the car. 90% of you guys are doing fine there. Fill the full outer zone 2. Do not dirt drop there. We added a cone because you're gonna wreck your shit. A lot of guys are cutting super tight, pretty much where the BCDA Nairobi flag is. Some of you guys, it looks like you're trying to use that as a nose clip. That does not allow the chase driver to give a good chase. If you're on that inside line, that's a huge deduction. I'm gonna consider it a wheel off. Okay?
What's considered off though, like the cement, let's say?
Well, you're going through the cement a little bit, like the tail end of it.
That square, the square piece of cement in front of the BCDA.
Essentially, the ideal line we want to see you guys run is you're going to be kind of shallowing up out of here, right? You want to hold like that wide line. Give the opportunity to the chase driver to suck in.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right?
If a rear tire touches the concrete, you'll definitely be off.
Yeah.
Rear, yeah, but front tire's okay? Because it feels like to be smooth to that nose clip, you kind of want to
Put one front tire on it. If the second one touches it or a rear tire touches it, you're considered
By
off.
one tire, I mean like the end of the concrete.
Yeah, like just
right?
the corner
Yeah.
that's dark black.
Like if you're using the end, the corner of that concrete as kind
Gauge
of a
it,
nose
gauge
clip.
it smart. You guys are drivers.
Yeah.
You guys know as a lead driver, if you're on that inside line, think about it. Could I chase this line?
Okay.
If you guys don't think you could chase it, then odds are the chase driver can't chase you through there, right?
Gotcha.
You're gonna get docked as a lead driver. The decel. We're not really seeing you guys use the decel after the inner clip too. If you guys are using a decel anywhere, you guys are grabbing some e-brake on the yellow wall. So I moved the decel a little farther back so you can check up into that zone a little bit. But it's small. I don't want to see an e-brake pull like 20 feet after inner clip 2, a huge drag to that tall cone, and then back on throttle. You can check up, get the car settled, and get back on throttle.
Where's the tire?
Pardon?
Where is the tires and cone? The decel?
The decel's pretty much like,
Where the yellow wall
you
is.
pretty much
basically.
see where the concession is, like where the racing flags are on the concession booth.
I can't get.
From there to pretty much the start of the zone, you can grab some e-brake to check the car out. Okay? No parking it. Like, don't do a stupid big decel. It's literally I'm allowing an e-brake pull there to get the car settled to get into that outer zone. You guys have the opportunity to fill outer zone 3 now, right? I had some concerns with the finish line. A couple guys brought it up. We'll move those back maybe about 5 feet. Okay?
Closer that way?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Can we move that cone for that last zone? Can we move that back 3 feet? Because I feel like if you actually fill the whole zone, your bumper is going to hit that cone. Like if you're coming out, can we just move it back?
I saw 8 cars running the full wide line and finishing proper.
But like if your rear tire is like right in front of the line as you're coming through, like right in front of the edge, you're gonna hit that cone.
Right. That's why I back set the cone, whatever.
If your bumper hits the cone, I'm not mad. We can see it in the live.
I just don't want to hit it.
We can see it in the live stream if you drop a wheel.
I don't want it.
It's not a deduction if you actually just tag it.
If you tag it and move it, no. But if your tire touches the base and it spits it, that's a wheel off.
It's just easier for your guys' lack of, I don't want to say lack of staff, but less track staff to not have to run a pickup cones if it's off
Okay,
as well.
so put it to a vote. Do we want to move that last cone back about 2 feet?
Which one?
The last one right
Outer
here.
zone 3.
I'd say 2 feet. Just move it back from the line.
Yeah, just off the line.
I
think I like that.
Yeah, that's good.
Hands up.
Because I'm always trying not to hit it and I got to slow down coming out of the zone.
Okay, vote up and we'll move it back.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, so we'll let you stagger start. Rear wheel of the lead car to the front wheel of the chase car. I believe that's fair.
Yeah.
Okay, and I want to see nose to tail entry. Let the lead driver do their swing in. Same as the last round, it's the same entry. I don't want to see the lead car dip down to the inside white line here. Think of an invisible line down the middle of the track, right? You have more than enough room there to give it a flick, and that allows the chase driver to suck in after. Is that fair?
Yeah.
Any other questions? Okay, body panels on the car. Qualifying, there's no order. You get 1 qualifying pass. The only person that doesn't get a qualifying lap today is
Cam from the island.
Cam from the island. You weren't here for the driver's meeting, you don't get a qualifying pass. You'll be put in somewhere in the rear randomly. Okay?
I got a way to make them dead last.
Sure.
Is that outer zone now? That is a zone?
Here?
Yeah.
This is an outer zone. Realistically, if you fill this line correctly, it's almost a free 5 points in qualifying. You should be on that line.
You zero your qualifying, you still get to drive.
Yes. You're just thrown randomly in the back of the field.
No,
I will say one thing too. After outer zone 1, yes, we'd like to see a lot of angle here. I don't want to see you parking it on angle, right? If you're parking it, that you're using it as a decel pretty much. Want to see fluent, flat, fast, snappy transitions. Don't be 90 degrees going this way and then 90 back at the inner clip.
Okay. Jay, that was you.
I know.
No, it was Jay.
It's okay, Jay.
I want everyone to have a fair shot. If there's anything that we have concerns about, we're gonna say it now. Jordan, grab a gear. Please. Cool. Okay, noon. Everyone out for qualifying.
Don't worry too much about it, Jay. We just want it to be smooth.
Breakdown.
It's short and it's deep in that pocket.
Stepped out of my storage barn.
I'd like to give a huge shout out to all of our sponsors, as we just couldn't do this without your support. Excel Auto Glass, Certified Auto Sound, Kinetic Signs, Zestino Tire, 110 Hobbies, Still Real Productions, Reapers Customs, Fountain Tire Chilliwack, Drift Enthusiast Magazine, RaceGear.ca, Rona, ValleyTech Production Group, and last but not least, Agassiz Speedway. Thanks again to everyone for the ongoing support. We hope you guys enjoy the show. Good afternoon, Drift fans. I'd like you to join us in simulation as we take you for a lap around our round 4 layout at Agassiz Speedway. Drivers will start by scrubbing in their tires at the burn box. This effectively warms the front tires to ensure they don't push or understeer as they accelerate through the corner during their run. From here, they'll pull up next to their opponent at the start line, where our start line official Ian Clydesdale will send them off. We have a start light that gets triggered by the start line official. It will fully illuminate 4 lights and then extinguish. Once extinguished, drivers are free to leave the start line. If drivers have a false start by hitting a start line cone or jumping the start light, there is a restart light that will be illuminated for them to see before entering the first corner, signifying a restart. The lights are out, lead car feathers through the chicane, and we are off into the first corner. Drivers are going to want to throw it in high up at the wall, initiating before the end of the 1, 2, 3 cones. Just getting into the touch and go. Remember, judges want to see full commitment and full throttle commitment as they drop into the infield, hammering forward to the first inner clip. After the drivers settle the car coming into the infield, they're going to want to have a quick minimal correction transition past inner clip 1. If done correctly, this should set them up nicely for the entirety of the first outer zone. Judges are going to want to see max angle and a fluent line with minimal correction as they pass through the entirety of the large outside zone 1. After drivers fully fill outside zone 1, there will be a very fast and snappy transition past inner clip 2, setting them up for another large outside zone. The lines you see placed in front of the inner clips signify a reference point on proximity to help the judges in scoring these drivers' runs. Drivers will be carrying a lot of speed into this outside zone 2, as the section of the track really lets the drivers stretch the legs a bit. Throwing themselves deep into another large zone, drivers will be pressed up against the yellow barriers as they come through the finish line. Thanks for joining us in this Bold Connections Drift Alliance preview.
Hey guys, we're here at the BCDA Round 3 Grassroots Series. I'm Clinton Renaud. I drive the S13 240 truck.
He's really making it move to get away from him. Clinton's not giving him much room though. He's catching up back.
Been having luck in the last 2 rounds.
Difficult or not though, Clinton is really getting up on his door.
Ended up being able to take the wins. Hoping to come out with that outcome again today, but we'll see how it goes.
No, that was no good from Clinton there. Mr. Wilson takes the win in that little S13. Josh is taking his rear bumper off, I believe. Our first place driver goes to James W.
the street. BCDA still real. Speedway lights got me feel. Agassiz on the wheel. Engines roar, tires squeal. Hearts pounding, it's surreal. Crowd cheers can't conceal. Drift kings make it real. Drift away in the night. Feel the speed, feel the flight. At Agassiz under lights. Burning tracks just feels right. Every turn a new fight. BCDA the light. Push the limits out of sight. Still real, making it tight.
up like you're like, it'll hear like if you on the speaker.
All right. I would like to welcome you guys to round 4 of the BCDA Grassroots series here at Agassiz Speedway. Big shout out to Agassiz Speedway for hosting this competition for us and making all our dreams come true here when it comes to drifting at this track. Big shout out to Jordan of the BCDA for putting every single ounce of time and effort and energy he has into making this series a legit competition and making all of us, giving us all a home and a place to drift. So big shout out to Jordan. If you see him around, give him a hug, give him some love. All right, but with that, we are going to get into some of the judging criteria. If you're a spectator or a fan, listen up. This will help explain to you a little bit more how this works. So, the qualifying runs that are going to go down right now is a lead driver running, basically, or it's the driver running a lead run. So they are trying to get 100 points here. They are supposed to fill the designated zones and hit all the clipping points. We have a touch and go to start, coming into a first outside zone. That will then transition into inside clip 1, swinging into outer zone 2. Outer zone 2 here, which is a big sweeper, which is then a transition through the figure 8 up to the yellow wall, the big deadly yellow wall. Be careful, drivers. There should and probably will be a couple collisions of that today. And then they will come into the last outside zone, which is where the drivers will get the most points. It is our most heavily judged zone, and they can get 10 points, which is a pretty big deal. So watch out. 5 points now. All zones are 5 points because we have added one outside zone. My mistake, sorry. Alrighty, so we have a field of, let me get my notes, 21 drivers today. I want to thank all the drivers for making the trip out here to Agassiz Speedway. I mean, it is an absolutely gorgeous day out here today. Nothing better than drifting on a Sunday. All right, so I would like to give a big shout out to our sponsors at the BCDA here. We have Excel Auto Glass, Certified Auto Sound, Kinetic Signs, Zestino Tires, One Stop Hobbies, Still Real Productions, which is helping bring our stream here alongside with Valley Tech. So big shout out to Valley Tech and Still Real Productions for the live stream we got going today, allowing our judges to make the most fair calls, being able to watch the replay back of the runs. Reaper Customs, Fountain Tire Chilliwack, which is Shelby Moreau driving on track in the black G35. Drift Enthusiast Magazine, RaceGear.ca, and Rona for helping us build this sweet judges and announcing booth here. And last but not least, again, Agassiz Speedway. If you see Brad on the little go-kart ripping around, give him a big thanks. And definitely hit the concession at some point today. Mama is up there and she is brewing up a feast. So she has hot dogs, poutines, burgers, and much more, plus plenty of refreshments up there. So make sure to swing by the concession and support your local racetrack. Joining me in the announcing booth today, we got Rob Warren up here. Rob coming all the way down from Kamloops to help talk about some drifting today.
Yeah, you betcha. I mean, I wouldn't let. No, I think we're on. Yeah. No, I couldn't let you come and do this by yourself, man. There's no fun in that. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Here we go. Oh yeah. I'll just put this thing up right to my mouth. Can you guys hear me down there? Perfect. We're live. Let's go.
All right, make sure to check out the Bold Connections Drift Alliance on Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. BCDA Drift on YouTube will get you to the live stream if you want to watch the replays yourself, drivers and spectators. Our website, thebcda.com, has all our upcoming events. Stay up to date with all our information there. It has, everything that's coming up in 2025. And we still have a couple more winter events. Some practice dates are scheduled. We have December 1st, December 30th, January 26th, February 15th, February 16th, and March 2nd. All right.
Okay, all drivers, get ready for qualifying here. If you guys aren't on the paddock, you should be now.
Drivers, I repeat, get on track. If you're not in your cars or on track, I see a lone perogie sitting in the pits. Please. It's about to get overcooked if you stay in there too long. First up, we have Alex Steins warming up his tires here of Dark Lotus Drift Team, also supported by Rain City. Alex Steins has been driving quite a few years now. He's a stunt driver, bringing his expertise to the drift circuit, you could say. Alex, a lot more of a technical driver, you could say, than a style driver. He focuses very much on hitting his points more than looking super cool, but he still looks super cool. So let's see what he can do. He is definitely a drifter focused on competing. So let's see how his first qualifying run goes down. All right, here we go. Alex Steins, our first qualifying run, coming into the touch and go. Right up to the wall, into that first outside zone gig, transitioning into the first inside clip. Little shallow, leaving outside zone 2, coming back into it at the end though. How does he transition into the big yellow wall? Great into this last outside zone. Alex keeping his rear tire right on that white line. Not a bad first qualifying run for Alex Steins. What do you think, Rob?
Oh, that's going to be his only qualifying run. We're only doing one qualifying run here today, but he did a good job. He really put it down.
All right, there we go.
Alex, you've got a cone stuck under your car. Somebody help that man's out.
All right, next up we have Tanner Emery coming up from the US of A, bringing all the bald eagles and freedom with him.
America!
Tanner's been doing great in our Grassroots series. He's having a ton of fun, saying that this is 10 times the series that Evergreen hosts. That's all. That's just, I've heard that in the wind. Not trying to talk smack or anything.
And it's pretty windy, so I guess that's probably how you found about that one.
All right, here we go. Tanner Emery off the line. Coming in, carrying lots of speed right up to the wall.
Look at that.
On his first, bringing him a little too shallow through that first outside zone and a little wide, but getting back online through the second outside zone. Tanner Emery, can he get this transition nailed? Great through that second inside clip, coming into the last outside zone. Tanner, just a little shallow, leaving it. Not a bad run, though. That'll get him a score on the board.
Yes, it should. Judges are pretty tough out here, though. They're not handing them out for free. Next driver in that pink fuchsia GT86 BRZ FRS thingamajigger.
All right, so Alex Steins, our first qualifying run, coming in with a 62. Alex
62.
Steins getting a 62. Not bad way to start off. Knowing our judges, like Rob was saying, our judges do not hand out.
No, they're very tough on the judging criteria here. They're taking this very serious.
This may be a grassroots series, but the judging is, we try very hard to have a consistent judging.
It's grassroots pro-am. It's a combination.
Pro-am judging,
here comes
grassroots driving. Tanner Emery coming in with a 54. Okay, here we go. Tino Dibbs picking it in. Great through that first outside zone.
Nice work. Let's see what he's got in this outer zone here.
There we go. Sets himself up perfectly.
Yes, he does. Let's see it. Now into that inner clipping zone. Oh, he's in there. Rides that wall nicely, pushing it into that final outer zone. Coming a bit shallow there in the middle, but he's making up for it.
Not a bad run at all for Tino Dibbs. Coming in with one of our more stock cars, Dino, a little bit of a newer driver. Let's see how he does on the replay here. Coming through the chicane. Tipping it into that first touch and go. Really good through the first outside zone was Tino. Great smooth transition. Put himself a little wide coming through the first inside clip, but set himself up great through that second outside zone and last outside zone. Let's see how he does here finishing up. Smooth transition. Dipping just outside of the zone in the middle of it, but not a bad run by Tino at all. He'll be happy with that going into the bracket. All right, Tino coming in with a 61. Not a bad score at all. Tino with a 61. All right, Josh Reams flicking it in. Shallow through the touch and go. Great through outside zone one. Losing his bumper already. Perfect through that inside clip though. Little bit of wavering through the second outside zone. Let's see if he can connect this last. There he is, transitioning. Again, a little bit shaky on the transition from Josh, but staying in that last outside zone. Finishing off strong. Josh's bumper just barely holding on, but the judges trying to convince or make all competitors keep body panels on so our cars look at least a little beautiful. Here we go, Rob. Tell us how you like that run.
Oh, it was great. If we're looking right here at the replay, he got right in that first inner zone. Now on the second outer zone, he's pushing it pretty good. Yeah, he's staying in there. He's doing things. Well, that's where that little dropping section there. That's where he really lost that bumper. Yeah, nope. And they shoot out there a little bit. Yeah. I mean, there's room for improvement, but I'll get him on the board. He's definitely going to need to learn how to use a drill and some zap straps, I think. So if anybody out there knows how to show him how to put that bumper back on, that'll be appreciated.
Josh, that thing is like a flimsy noodle. I don't know how that thing's still alive.
Unless you're going for zip ties and a drill, man, you might as well just leave it out there. Get that thing right back on there. Let's go.
All right, next up, Shelby Moreau of Fountain Tire Chilliwack and Dark Lotus Drift Team. Rob, tell us what's happening.
Big OG vet here. He's going to throw it right in this first touch and go zone. And he's in and out. Look at him go. Come shallow on that first zone here. Let's see what he does. Coming into the second outer zone here. He's staying in the boxes. Look, come a little shallow there at the start there. Yeah.
Just a little shallow on these zones. Shelby again leaving that last outside zone. Just having a little bit too much trouble. Do you think he has too much grip dialed into that car right now?
Yeah, he's just got to hold the pedal down. I think that's the problem going on there. He looks like he's well sorted in that car, though. He's been driving this chassis for quite a few years. Between this one and his other one.
Just a little more throttle. He's used to that LS engine, not the VQ as much.
That's the thing. When you drive underpowered cars, it really shows the skill level you have to be.
All right, and with also Josh Weens in the G35 getting a 52. Josh Weens of Weens Electric and Janzen Racing.
We got Gaston in the house here. Let's see what he's got. Boom! Throws it right into that touch and go section. Fully committing through that first outer zone there.
Little wide on the inside clip, but set himself up well through the second outside zone, just dipping the tire ever so slightly. How does he transition? Little wide on the touch in the inside clip, but perfect through the last outside zone.
Nice work.
Painting that white line is Gaston Morrison of Hard Knock Stunts.
You see that video the other day of him swinging that semi or what?
My goodness, it was very impressive. Gaston does not just drift cars. That guy was sliding a semi 18-wheeler the other day within inches of a cone. It's very impressive what he can do.
He really can do it all.
Gaston, Gaston, Gaston.
Gaston for Prez. Let's go.
Next up on the line, we got Cameron Dirks in this LS S13. Cameron, although not associating with Janzen Racing, may as well be part of Janzen Racing. Let's hear it for Cameron Dirks.
Woo! Let's hear this car go. That's all I want to hear is this LS screaming bald eagles. It's coming.
If you got a headache or you don't like loud cars, plug your ears or turn your volume down. This thing is a ripper. Here we go, off the line. Let's see what Cameron can do. Always a fun guy to watch. There he is through the gears, flicking it into that touch and go. Cameron coming in with loads of angle. Just a little shallow on that first outside zone, but great through the first inside clip. Here he comes to the second outside zone, keeping both rear wheels in it, but not being all the way out there. How does he finish off here? Strong last transition, little left foot brake by Cameron, keeping him way out of that outside zone 3, just dipping a tire as he was leaving that outside zone. But a great run from Cameron, aggressive throttle work, always fun to watch behind the wheel of the S13. Rob, tell us what you see on this replay.
Now the replay, we're seeing him coming into this first outer zone. He looks like he nailed that one. Second inner clip zone, he's on that one. Now he's on his second outer zone here. He's really pushing the boundaries. Nice transition through the middle here. Good flick. Right into that third inner clip zone. And then he rides the whole outside here. It looks like a fabulous performance, really. Cameron really showed up. I wouldn't be a bit surprised if that's your highest qualifier so far today.
Great run from Cameron. Speaking of qualifying scores, before Cameron, Shelby Moreau getting a 42 in the Fountain Tires G35 and Gaston with a 52 in the Hard Knock Stunt 350Z. Let's see what the judges have to say for Cameron. Not quite. This is why me and Rob are on the mic and not behind in charge of judging. Cameron with a 47. Cameron Dirks coming in with a 47. Looks like the judges taking away a lot of points for that wheel drop from Cameron. All right, let's see what. All right, Jay Gree coming in great through that first outside zone 1. catching that inner
Murdering that
clip.
cone.
Here he is, keeping his tires in that second outside zone too, but just a little shallow.
Missing that third inner clip zone there completely.
Jay, just a little shallow on these zones. Smooth run, but just a little shallow on his line. Let's see what the judges have to say about what Jay does. Let's watch this replay.
Yeah, the judges are definitely, it's hard to get some points on the board for these guys. Me and Andrew had that one all mixed up on the last one.
Big shout out to James Duff. Always being pit crew for anyone out there, even in grid pushing cars. Yep, flex them.
After watching him fuck that one out, you're over him. Up next, we got Mike Stokman hailing from Kelowna, BC. He's going to give us a nice qualifying run. Talk us through this one here, Andrew.
All right, Mike, coming in hot. Carrying loads of speed, probably the fastest into that first touch and go. Great through the first outside zone one. Mike, having to do a little bit of a handbrake check on the transition, but not slowing him down at all. Great through the second outside zone one. Let's see how he finishes off. Carrying loads of speed, a little wide, missing that inside clip too, but carrying, just again, a little shallow for Mike. That last outside zone, a little bit trickier than most people think. It's got a little more of a diamond to it than a smooth round, which is, I know, some people complain, but in my mind, learn how to drive. Let's hear it for Mike, though, putting on a fantastic qualifying run. Rob, how did you like that?
No, it's lovely. I love to watch that Mike Stokman guy drive. You know, he's a real OG vet here from the Penticton region. He usually throws us down nice, clean heater lines. Looks like he's getting some words of wisdom on the track there from big brother Logan, one of the founding members of Drift Union, if you remember that team.
Is that a Subaru?
Mike Stokman, our #1 qualifier with a 64, I believe it was.
64. All right, here we go. Sherry Anthony, though, coming in a little shallow on those first and missing this first inside clip. Oh, Sherry, a little too hot into that second outside zone, looping it. She'll still get into the competition, though, but the judges will decide where she lands. Sherry, let's take a look at this run again. Starting off strong, coming in hot to that first touch and go. Here she goes. A little shallow on the outside zone one. And she got into inner clip two there, but yeah, just a little too much. She did mention, though, to me that she has purchased a mild Mantis kit for that 350Z, and she's very excited to get that installed in her car. She says it'll help her a lot, which I think with that incident right there, if she had the angle kit, it probably would have helped her a lot.
Looking at our qualifying leaderboard, we got Mike Stokman in 1, Alex Steins in 2. I believe it was Cameron Dirks there in 3.
I think this guy's coming in for position 1. Here we go, Clinton. Great through the touch and go, and first outside, so one long handbrake pull, though, on the first inner clip. Judges are going to demote that a lot. Either way, here we go, coming into the second half of this course. Great through that inner clip, too, and filling, I'm going to assume, and I'm correct, all of outside zone 3. Dipping a little bit of tire at the end there is Clinton Renaud in half-decent LS 240 truck. Let's watch this replay back.
That was quite the half-decent run, if you ask me here. Let's see how he does here. He's coming into that inner clipping zone there. He's shredded that cone, really pushing that second outer zone here. He's really pouring that smoke on. Right around here, he hits a little dirt drop, smacks another cone, third inner zone. Nice, he pushes that one. Now on our final outer zone, he is just pouring that smoke on. That 6-liter turbocharged is a machine. There's a reason this guy's won 2 out of the last 3 events out here.
Clinton coming in for the 3rd win of the season. He wants it today. Let's see what the judges have to say about that, though. Judges, what are we getting? A 70 for Clinton.
That's our new number 1 driver there qualifying.
70. Looks like the judges didn't demerit as much as I thought they would from the handbrake pull coming into inner clip 1.
Oh, why would they demerit him? He's a local boy.
I stand corrected. Mitch dropped the hammer.
Up next, we got Jake Schnetty. He is just laying down the heater run so far. He built this thing last night. It's a brand new car, but it looks to be working out pretty good. He's filling that second outer zone like nobody's business. Now what's he got on this inner clip? He's right in it. Look at him. He's pushing this thing in his final outer zone here.
Putting down an absolutely amazing qualifying run. Jake Schnetty.
Let's go, Jake.
First time driving this car. Jake says no problem. I almost didn't recognize him outside of a Volvo.
Yeah, no, he's normally a Volvo driver around these parts, but he's looked to up his game. I guess if you drive a BMW, you don't got to swap the motor into a Volvo, right?
Makes life, cuts a big step out of the process. All right, looking back at this replay, that last outside zone, Jake absolutely sitting in it. Really good run from Jake Schnetty, not surprising at all.
Very competitive driver out here. Let's see what the judges have to say about that one. A 64 for Jake Schnetty. That puts him on the board with a nice run.
All right, next up, we have James Duff. We have James Duff. Here we go. The young buck of the BCDA. Let's see what he can do. Coming into this first touch and got a little bit of a handbrake pull, setting himself up really well into that first outside zone. Jake Duff, a team relapse. Here he comes into outside zone 2. Just a little shallow getting into it, but filling the rest of it really well. How can he do it? Oh, James! A little bit of a funky transition, missing that last inside clip. Managing to get himself out into outside zone 3, though. James Duff keeping it together. Let's hear it for him. Drift team relapsed, holding it down.
Yeah, that was a pretty good run. He definitely had to scramble there, but he kept into it, so that should give him some points on the board at least.
What are you looking at, Rob?
Looking at him filling this outer zone here, number 2. He did a pretty good job of filling it. Let's see what he's got on this. Oh, that's where he went squirrely, though. He really did some weird stuff there, but he kept into it, so the judges are going to judge accordingly.
Yeah, definitely a bit of a hiccup there for James, but overall, James,
we've just
a little
got the
too
news.
much of a scramble, buddy. That's a big goose egg for you coming through that transition. The judges say a little too unchaseable. Just that transition, James, a little bit too much of a hiccup. He'll know what to fix, though. James, experienced driver, knows how to fix his mistakes. He'll come out and comp swinging, and I'm excited to see him. Drift team relapse, baby. Hoo.
Up next, we got Simon, our qualifying driver last run. He put it down the heater run here last event. Let's see what he's got this time. He's hailing from Quebec. We've got 2 of these Quebec drivers out here today.
All right. Simon just clipping that cone on the first inside clip. Let's see how he does through the rest of the track. A little shallow on that second outside zone. Transitioning well, though, through the second inside clip. Simon really well on the inside clips through this track, but shallow again on that last outside zone. Not quite sure what he's struggling with there. He was doing really good in practice with that G37. All right. And that is a 4.040 for Simon.
In that G37S car.
That is 4.0. All right, next up, we have Charles Wang driving his bright green Mustang. Let's see what he can do today. Flicking it into that touch and go. Just a little shallow. Charles shutting it down. Not quite sure what happened there. That thing sounds worse than an E36.
Why does that thing sound like he swapped the G-body car and motor in that thing?
It's absolutely terrible. Charles, what are you doing, buddy?
I haven't decided what's better, the driving or the sound of this vehicle.
Charles finishing off the rest of his qualifying lap, knowing he's got a 0, just getting in a little practice here. Unfortunately, not quite sure what happened there. Charles just looking like he hesitated a little bit on the throttle.
I heard that this Charles fella has a car that he should be driving that's not the one he's driving.
Yeah, I heard Charles has the 350Z that's really well set up
the judges say that
too.
was a 0, my friend. Unfortunately, you got a big goose egg there as well.
Sorry, Charles. See you in comp, buddy.
Boy, let's give a round of applause for that Mustang. How good do those new edges look? They really are really hot-looking cars, aren't they?
All right, here we go. Jordan Marcus with his Turbo LS E330i. Oh my goodness, listen to that puppy sing. Little wide on the first inside clip, but getting himself set up into the second outside zone. Jordan, not sure if he doesn't know where the throttle pedal is, but it looks like he's just a little scared of it. Again, wide through that second inside clip and a little shallow. Jordan, get on throttle, buddy. Use that throttle pedal. Dealing with the wasp situation up here, but we are...
Oh, it's actually a honeybee. There's a big difference there.
Oh, big difference, big difference. Rob, tell us a couple facts about honeybees compared to wasps.
They are more likely to not hurt you. You just got to be nice to them.
Oh, no kidding. All right. I hear honeybees make honey, too. Wasps aren't that good at it.
I like honey.
I love honey. Speaking of Circle S Farms, we make honey. All right, here we go. Junior coming in to the touch and go, fixing his car.
In that box.
After snapping an outer tie rod. Go, Rob.
Coming into the second outer zone here. He's filling it out. Oh, 2 tires off by the looks.
Stay in it, Junior.
See what he's got here on this inner clip zone. Missing it completely, I would say.
Oh, Junior, having to shut it down a little bit. I think that, I'm not going to put words in the judge's mouth because we've seen how that's gone already today. I am always wrong, but I'm going to guess that may be an unchaseable lead run by Junior. Junior, though, big shout out, big round of applause for Junior getting his first lap. But he, I think, only got 2 practice laps, maybe 3, before breaking a tie rod. Junior, and it shows the lack of practice. Unfortunately, Junior coming in with a 0. He will get into competition, but the judges will decide where he lands. Sadly, as you see in the replay, that last outside zone, Junior just checking up on his angle and not making it all the way out there. Still a little hesitant, it looks like, after getting the car fixed. Hopefully he'll come out in the top 32 bracket swinging. Junior, always a good competitor.
Our next driver on deck here. We've got the good Gabe here. He's going to throw this one down all the way from Quebec. See what he's got in this first touch and go section. He is filling that zone right into the outer zone. Let's see what he's got. He's really following through with this one. Second outer zone. He's filling that. Nice work. Now coming into that third inner clip zone here, filling into the boxes. And on your final third turn here, let's see what he's got. Just fills it. That guy is a force to be reckoned with here today, folks.
Gabe coming in with a great qualifying run. Let's watch this replay back. Absolutely flying into this touch and go, kissing that cone. Someone needs to fix it, by the way. Coming in through the outside zone 1, great through inner clip 1, 2. Gabe filling the majority of outside zone 2, a little shallow, losing 1, dropping 1 wheel out of it, coming out of that zone. Great through inside clip 2, and fantastic into that last outside zone. Gabe trying to get #1 qualifier. Let's see what the judges have to say about it.
Well, the judges are pretty hard on these #1 guys, but let's see what this run played out.
The judges do not give anyone a break out here. Let's see what they say.
Come on, judges, make your decision. I want to tell Gabe he's #1 already. Let's go. $80 points for Gab. What a #1 run there. That was great.
80 points for the Frenchman, coming in strong.
Let's go. 80 points, brother. Nice work. Up next, we got the pierogi man. And no, he's not selling pierogies in the pits like I told him to be.
Let's see what he can do, Dakota. Coming in. Hot into that touch and go. A little bit of a handbrake pull. Set himself up perfectly.
That zone like holy.
Through the first outside zone and the inside clip 1. Here we go. Great through outside zone 2. Dakota looking for #1 qualifier with this run. Great through inside clip 2 and the last outside zone. Just catching those tires.
A little bit shallow there in the middle.
Little shallow coming out of the last outside zone, but Dakota showing us that he is excited to be back. He has taken a year of car troubles getting this LS E46 back on track, but man, he is excited to be back and he wants a win today. Let's hear it for Dakota, the pierogi boy.
The pierogi boy. We love to see those E46 cars. One day we'd like to see our good friend Dylan Zupansky make it out again here, all the way hailing from Alberta. Nice to see his car out one day. Guess he's gonna have to go and lock himself in the shop and finish it this winter. We know Dylan's watching at home, so we want to make him jealous out here. Get him back in BC where he's from, and let's see him drive a car out here at one of these BCDA events here in the next near future here.
Look at this beautiful drone shot right now of the track, giving us the whole scope of what's going on here. Beautiful 3/8 bank coming into an infield where we got a figure 8. Again, big shout out to Agassiz for having us out here at the racetrack. And let's hear, what did the judges say for the pierogi man?
79 for the pierogi man.
79. That puts Dakota into position #2, qualifying currently. Great spot for Dakota. And as far as I can tell, is that our last qualifier?
Good afternoon, Drift fans. My name is Jordan Maynard, and I want to thank you all for tuning into our live stream today, presented by Still Real Productions, and in sponsorship with ValleyTech Production Group. We welcome you to the Bold Connections Drift Alliance Grassroots, Round 4 of the 5-round series at Agassiz Speedway. To give you a quick breakdown on how the day will be structured, drivers will be given an allotted practice time of an hour and a half, starting at 10 o'clock. They'll be limited to 8 runs per driver, chase or lead, to keep the field as even as possible. Moving forward right into qualifying, drivers will receive 1 qualifying pass. If you happen to zero that first pass, judges will place you at the back of the bracket where they best see fit, meaning all drivers qualify. Top 10 qualifiers get qualifying points. First qualifier gets 10 points, second qualifier gets 9 points, third qualifier gets 8 points, and so on. Drivers will be judged on style, line, and angle, 30 points each, leaving a 10-point X factor for 2 of our judges to determine. These scores will sum up where the drivers sit amongst the field, forming our bracket. You can follow the qualifying leaderboard in the live update window on the left side of the screen. Heading into eliminations, drivers will follow the traditional 2-run format. 1 chase, 1 lead. A winner will be decided by our 3 judges, Mitch McGarvey, Jamie Tedesco, and head judge, Matt Rizecki. The same judging principles will be followed. Style, line, and angle will determine the fate of who moves on to the next round. With the point standings being shaken up amongst the top 10 competitors last round, Clinton's still hanging on to the lead and Alex still hot on his heels, but only 43 points separating him from third place. Will Clinton and Alex get bumped from their podium spots this round? Stay tuned to find out and enjoy another action-packed round at Agassiz Speedway with Bold Connections Drift Alliance. I'd like to give a huge shout out to all of our sponsors, as we just couldn't do this without your support. Excel Auto Glass, Certified Auto Sound, Kinetic Signs, Zestino Tire, 110 Hobbies, Still Real Productions, Reapers Customs, Fountain Tire Chilliwack, Drift Enthusiast Magazine, RaceGear.ca, Rona, ValleyTech Production Group, and last but not least, Agassiz Speedway. Thanks again to everyone for the ongoing support. We hope you guys enjoy the show.
We're doing the whole oval. This is great. Hey.
All right, we have a 100-meter dash going on, maybe an 80-meter dash for these drivers. Josh
Jake,
looking
get your shoes on, buddy. Get your shoes on, Jake. Let's go.
Josh looking spry. Mike Stokeman.
Where is Mike Stokeman?
You are not allowed to forfeit. You have to run. I guess you could put your daughter in to run for you, but...
Mike Stokeman, it is your time, buddy. Let's see you get on your feet.
No hiding. I hear you guys run a lot up in Kelowna. You guys got that nice weather up there.
Mike, you got to beat Jake Schnetty. This is your calling, buddy. They're doing a half a lap, folks. They're starting over there on the checkered line.
Yeah. You're gonna have a heart attack.
Mike Stokeman, I still don't see you.
Jay Gree's daughter trying to tap in for Jay. I don't know if that's allowed. Mike's forfeiting his spot. I don't know. I think Mike's forfeiting the comp is what that sounds like. I'm joking. Mike's out.
Mike's not doing it apparently, eh?
All right, Jake takes 64. We're still making Jake run.
I don't know why Mike's not running. Come on, Mike.
Looks like we may have someone tapping out Jay potentially. Jay gets an X Factor point for Jake.
Mike Stokeman, if you don't want to drive, better find out somebody to run for you here, buddy. Let's go.
All right, so we have to figure out who is the best of the 52-point bracket. We have Gaston Morrison, Jay Gree, and Josh Weems. Who will take the win? Josh, you could say Josh, the most spry competitor. Sierra coming in to help out her dad here on the foot race. I think she's just actually going to show off and beat all the guys. All right. Gaston, Jay,
And
Josh,
look at him go.
Pull on. Look at Josh go. Gaston in a tight second. Jay coming up third.
Josh owns him. Woo.
Let's hear it for these three competitors. Josh Weems coming in first. Gaston Morrison in second, and Jay Green bringing up the rear in third. These three guys putting on an absolute sprint. Props for them for all actually running and hustling on that.
Yeah.
Next up, it looks like we have Jake Snedden potentially against Sierra.
Maybe she's filling in for Mike Stokeman here because I guess he's not wanting to run today.
Big round of applause again for these three drivers, or should I say
Up
runners.
next in our foot racing, we got Jake Schneiden on deck, ready to go. He's in the burnout box. He's ready to run them runners up.
Jake warming up his runners right now, getting all the grip into them. Sierra coming in with cold tread. I don't know how she's going to do off the start line.
First lap of the day here, folks.
Oh, she takes off.
Jake, what are you doing? Use those legs, buddy. Run,
Look
Jake.
at him go with those hikers. Sierra going up with the win. Jake in second place. Jake with the big cartwheel, getting an X Factor. Let's hear it again for these drivers. All right, everyone, go to your pits, get prepped. We are going to set the bracket here. Drivers, keep an eye out on the Facebook chat. It will be posted there. Get a snack. The concession is currently refilling their propane, and they will be back in business. I would like to give a big shout out again to our sponsors here at the BCDA. We have Excel Auto Glass, Certified Auto Sound, Kinetic Signs, Zestino Tires, One Stop Hobbies, Steel Reel Productions, and Valley Tech
Reapers
again.
Customs.
Fountain Tire Chilliwack.
Drift Enthusiast Magazine.
Racegear.ca.
Rona.
And again, Valley Tech Production Group.
And last but not least, Agassiz Speedway.
Thank you again for supporting our BCDA Grassroots series here. And again, big shout out to our judges. We have Matt Rushutsky. Keep an eye out for him potentially, if not 100% in FD next year. We have Kyle Martin coming in, avid BMW hater. And we have Mitch McGarvey, a longtime drift criticizer. Big shout out to these three judges for being out here and judging this comp, spending their Sunday.
And for those of you wondering, Matt will be signing autographs today. Oh, look, we've got a drone.
Alrighty, again, a big thank you to everyone watching the live stream and out here too, just spectating, supporting the BCDA. Jordan Maynard, a huge shout out to him. He has put every ounce of effort and energy into this series and this BCDA drift organization to give all of us a home to drift here at Agassiz. A big shout out to Agassiz here for working with the BCDA, letting us build this big booth, start a legit grassroots series that's competitive and bringing out drivers. Yeah, we're having a great time out here. This is our first, I'd say we've done 2 years of grassroots series, but this feels like the real first series here, and I'm excited for
I just found a ladybug. No way. Look what's up here, man. There's a ladybug here. Is there really? I got one on my arm. There's 2 ladybugs on me. They're crawling around.
It's the closest Rob's been to a lady in a long time.
You motherfucker.
Again, if you guys want to check out the qualifying leaderboard and give it a peek here, the drivers, you can check out the live stream. You might need to scroll back a little bit there, but the bracket is on the live stream right now. First place, we have Gabe. Second, Dakota Janzen. Third, Clinton Renaud. Jake in fourth, Mike in fifth, Alex Steins in sixth. Tino Dibbs coming in seventh in that pink GT86. Big shout out to Tino. Tanner Emery in eighth. Josh Weens in ninth. Gaston Morrison 10. Jay Gree 11th. Cameron Dirks in 12th. Shelby Moreau in 13th. Not sure. 14th, we have a blank spot. 15th, Jordan Herwig. 16th, Sherry Anthony. 17th, James Duff. And 18th, Charles Wang. If you didn't get mentioned, I'm sorry. You are not on the board, which means you probably got a 0. All right, Rob, you want to walk us through a little bit of what comes with chase driving here?
Yeah, you betcha.
Now that we've watched the qualifying, now we're going to put 2 cars on track at once. Give us a rundown of what's going on, Rob.
Okay, so chase driver requirements are follow the lead driver's line while mimicking their angle. We're using the lead car as a moving clipping point unless they are leading you into the offline. Maintain consistent proximity as close to the lead car as possible. Surging will be deducted at the judge's discretion.
All right, so that's basically the lead car is a moving clipping point, and the chase driver is to stay on him as well without cutting the line and matching the angle or mimicking angle as much as possible. A major deduction on this course would be considered 2 tires off, unforced contact, so a lead driver or a chase driver going a little too aggressive and hitting the lead driver, missing zones or clipping points, contacting lead driver in a decel zone. We have can we confirm the decel zone on this truck, judges?
Judges?
So basically the yellow wall would be considered our decel zone on this track. Rough and dirty, if you're looking at it. Decelling outside of that zone and then a chase driver hitting the lead driver can lead to the lead driver being at fault, even if it doesn't look like it.
No smoking. That's the tires. The highest qualifiers did run their tires through there. I ran them through there as well. Like, is that going to change the question Because I was like trying to go out, I still put a tire in, it's just a line, but then when I looked at the top, I didn't get docked there. Where did I get docked? You were getting docked all right.
Alex, do you break dance in those shoes?
What's in your pocket, Alex? It looks like Twizzlers in there. I think he's got his shoes on backwards, folks.
I heard they missed the screw in his hip.
Why did I get deducted on this one? Why? Why did I get deducted? I had both wheels in the whole thing. I watched it. I just want to know. I wanted. Yeah. I'm not. I just want to know that that's how I'm going to drive. I don't want to get docked and I feel like I'm going to zone. I got the rules. I can send it to you. I can airdrop it. We love you, man. We love you all the time. You got 20 out of me. I had 2 tires through this the whole way. I'm watching it now. This last zone? The last outer zone. Yeah. Start to finish, I'm in it. I'm not even complaining about my score, I just need to know what I gotta do. Up to you? I'll WhatsApp it to you right now. fair. I did have a tire in the whole time, but all good. No, but I want to know because a good lead run is, you know, you get points for that. Last zone? Oh, this one here, yeah, that one I know I fucked that one up. I'm talking about the last zone. One tire comes out barely. Just because that's kind of how it runs, right? So, you know how it moves forward?
Good afternoon, drift fans. I'd like you to join us in simulation as we take you for a lap around our round 4 layout at Agassiz Speedway. Drivers will start by scrubbing in their tires at the burn box. This effectively warms the front tires to ensure they don't push or understeer as they accelerate through the corner during their run. From here, they'll pull up next to their opponent at the start line, where our start line official Ian Clydesdale will send them off. We have a start light that gets triggered by the start line official. It will fully illuminate 4 lights and then extinguish. Once extinguished, drivers are free to leave the start line. If drivers have a false start by hitting a start line cone or jumping the start light, there is a restart light that will be illuminated for them to see before entering the first corner, signifying a restart. The lights are out, lead car feathers through the chicane, and we are off into the first corner. Drivers are going to want to throw it in high up at the wall, initiating before the end of the 1, 2, 3 cones. Just getting into the touch and go. Remember, judges want to see full commitment and full throttle commitment as they drop into the infield, hammering forward to the first inner clip. After the drivers settle the car coming into the infield, they're going to want to have a quick minimal correction transition past inner clip 1. If done correctly, this should set them up nicely for the entirety of the first outer zone. Judges are going to want to see max angle and a fluent line with minimal correction as they pass through the entirety of the large outside zone 1. After drivers fully fill outside zone 1, there will be a very fast and snappy transition past inner clip 2, setting them up for another large outside zone. The lines you see placed in front of the inner clips signify a reference point on proximity to help the judges in scoring these drivers' runs. Drivers will be carrying a lot of speed into this outside zone 2, as the section of the track really lets the drivers stretch the legs a bit. Throwing themselves deep into another large zone, drivers will be pressed up against the yellow barriers as they come through the finish line. Thanks for joining us in this Bold Connections Drift Alliance preview.
Drivers, we are looking for you. Come to the track so we can smack talk you. Alrighty. We are just about to get into the competition portion of our series. We have finished the qualifying bracket. Again, I will repeat qualifying order. We have in first place Gabe, second Dakota Janzen, Clinton third place, Mike Stoutman in fourth, Jake Sneddon in fifth, Alex in sixth, Tino Dibbs coming in seventh, Tanner Emery in eighth, Josh Weens in ninth, and Gaston Morrison placing 10th in qualifying.
There's my guy right down there. He's pulling onto the paddock. Jake Sneddy. Brand new car to him. Sitting pretty at number 5 here.
Alrighty.
Looks like our judges are gearing up for a tough judging criteria yet again.
We are just getting set here. Judges are getting their clipboards. Their pens are clicking. They're looking. Mitch is doing Mitch things.
Yes, he is. It looks like the hamster's turning the wheel over there in that booth in the middle.
James and Sherry are lined up on the line. We have Sherry Anthony, Grand Forks Realty, coming in with that 350Z. James coming in with a VQ himself, but in a different chassis. It is a G35. They are on the line. The start line Poppy is notifying drivers. Here we go. Lights are gonna extinguish. Junior, get moving. All right. Hey, Cam.
It looks like our drivers are on the off here.
All right, here we go. Sherry in the lead. James in chase. Let's see what they do. James paced himself a little back from Sherry there. Here we go. Sherry completely missing the first outside zone and the second inside clip. James giving himself way too much space here on the chase, but he's filling all that outside zone. Sherry, though, cutting the line, missing all the zones here, unfortunately, but getting herself into that last outside zone just for the start of it, and then just a little too shallow, finishing off. That is a clean run from both drivers. Sherry in the lead. Let's watch this replay here. Rob, what did you think?
Oh, I thought it was lovely to see that. She actually really stepped it up here from her qualifying run here. Now it's looking good. She's putting herself in a good spot here.
James just not being able to close the proximity in the chase, unfortunately.
I mean, those cars are the same power level, so he should be able to close that gap up. He just needs to put that right foot down to the floor, I believe.
Yeah, it looks like he was lacking a little tire smoke until the last outside zone. All right, let's see how they rack up, though. Rob, tell us what's going on here.
Okay, we got them swapped around here. Sherry will give a chase this run. James Duff, our lead driver this run. Let's see what he can do here.
Let's see what you can do.
Puts it into that touch and go section, inner outer clipping zone here.
Sherry forgetting to initiate here.
She's playing catch up pretty good though.
Come on, James.
Big flick there by James, big flick. Oh, that's a loop for Sherry, fortunately. That will leave her with a 0 for that run.
James finishing it off though. putting together a clean lead run was James Duff. Sherry, unfortunately, looking like she was just having a little trouble getting into it. Let's refer to the replay here. James tipping it in strong. Sherry just a little bit behind. Looked like she was aiming for a really good chase run, but just had troubles getting started. Here she goes she kind of gets it going in the second outside zone. And Sherry, unfortunately, just looping it on that last transition. James finishing off clean, filling all of that last outside zone. And with that,
James gets the win in that white G35 car.
James Duff coming in with the win. Drift Team Relapse with that sick purple lace roof.
Up next, we got Shelby Moreau. He's going to be doing a buy run here. He has to place on the board to keep going.
Unfortunately, Axel breaking an axle. Little ironic there. Couldn't get it quite fixed in time for competition. Axel will be out for open drift.
Shelby is off here, and let's see what he can do. Oh, wow, that was beautiful. He really pushed that. Missing that first or outer zone there. Gets it back into the inner clipping zone. Let's see what he's got in the second outer. He's keeping those tires in. A little shallow at the end of it, though. On his next inner clipping zone, he nails that one pretty perfectly.
Looks like Shelby finally found his gas pedal here, ripping through this last part of the track. Still needing to just get a little deeper in that last outside zone, but he will move on into the top 16. We are not, the people have started with a buy run, we are not going to be running them. We are just going to automatically advance to the top 16 to speed up the show. Shelby not quite knowing how to exit the track. Clearly not listening in the driver's meeting, but that's all right. Bring her back on grid. Next up, we are missing a driver, Cam Henderson.
Cam Henderson, it's time to report. You better get in that car and put your helmet on, boy.
Come on, Cam.
Just keep driving there, fella. They're waiting for you.
Oh, Cam, putting in a bad rep for the Island boys. All right, here we go. We have Cam Dirks leading out Cam Henderson. Getting a lucky break is Cam Henderson. He's going to come up here and have to do a favor for the judges later. But here we go. Cameron Dirks in the lead. Let's see what they can do. This LSS13 leading out the M52 E46. Cameron shallow through the first outside zone. Good.
Oh,
Cam Henderson looping it. Cameron Dirks though, great through the second inside clip. There we go. Finishing off the track strong. Cameron Dirks, little left foot brake to keep him out there. Great lead run from Cameron Dirks. Cam Henderson getting a lucky break from the judges and still throwing it away. All right, here we have him re-racked. Jordan Herwig and Charles Wang should be getting up to the line.
All right, now we got the other Cam going.
Karen Henderson tipping it in deep through that first outside zone, missing the inside clip, but deep through the second outside zone. Cameron Dirks shutting it down, unfortunately.
I think his car just stalled out on him, folks.
Cam Henderson getting a lucky break here, finishing off the last of this run. Clean run. Clean clean lead run from Cam Henderson. Putting it
Unfortunately
everywhere
for-
he needed to be other than that first inside clip.
Unfortunately for Cameron Dirks, it looks like his vehicle shut down on that run. That's probably going to be an incomplete there, I would guess.
Well, apparently the reason Cam shut it down was a restart. He was watching the light. We weren't. All right, so we are going to restart this run. Cam Henderson in the lead. Cameron Dirks in the chase. Let's see what they can do. I was very curious seeing Cameron Dirks shut it down, considering he almost never runs into car issues. He has done a very good job putting that car together. All right, let's see what they do. Rob, tell us what's going on.
We got Cameron Henderson here throwing into that first touch and go section, committing right through that full first inner zone.
Cam Henderson jumping the line again, it looks like. There's a safety light going. Cam Henderson just having issues getting off the line. Not quite sure what's going on here.
You have there's 4 lights in front of you when you're taking off. If you do not wait for the lights to go out before you take off, as a lead driver, you will be restarted. And if I see too many restarting, that will probably consist in a 0.
So if Cam jumps the light one more time, he will get a 0. Let's see if Cam can keep it together here.
He must be colorblind. It's pretty easy to see those 4 lights out there. I'm not sure what's the communication error between might be a short between the steering wheel and the seat.
I think it's that island water that he's been drinking. Too much salt water in his system. All right, we have a clean start. Let's see what they can do. Oh, we do not. We have a hit cone. It is a dead track. Cam Henderson, sadly, 3 strikes and you are out.
I don't think this driver actually knows what the flashing lights mean, but one of the people at the starting gate are going to have to inform him. I don't think this driver's ever drag raced before. There is lights he's waiting to go out before you're supposed to take off. That run is going to result in a 0, folks.
So that means Cam Henderson will have a double 0. So I think by default, unfortunately, Cameron Dirks is going to get the win here.
Our winner, Cameron Dirks
getting the win. I repeat, Cameron Dirks getting the win.
Mike Stokman pulling onto the paddock here. Sitting pretty at number 4.
Cam Henderson just struggling
Here comes
to
our
figure
number
it out
1
here
qualifying
today.
driver. He's pulling on the track too. There's some heater runs about to get laid down here now, folks.
All right, next up we have Jordan Herwig versus Charles Warren. Both running V8 cars here. Jordan with a substantial amount of power advantage over
No,
Charles.
that Mustang is a V6, I believe.
Oh, that's a good point. Jordan's car makes about 37,000 times the power, Mitch says. No, it's about 5 times the power. Let's see what Jordan can do, though.
It looks like it's 5 times the power. Let's go there, Mr. Wang.
All right, Herwig getting it all the way up to that first outside zone. Charles, though, staying right there with him through that inner clip. Charles making this power difference look like it's not there. Herwig is filling all of that second outside zone, bringing it right through the first or second inside clip. Wide, Herwig straightening out a little bit.
Push up.
Charles going a little inside. We'll see what our judges have to say about that. Looks like Jordan potentially choked up Charles. I am just the announcer, so I do not make the final call. But from what I can tell, let's watch the replay here. Jordan fully filling that outside zone 1 and the second or the first inside clip. Charles, though, giving him no space, catching up. has great proximity and following the line and angle really well of Jordan. Both missing that second inside clip. Jordan, though, almost straightening, coming through the last outside zone. Charles adjusting. We'll see what the judges have to say. They are talking very intently amongst each other. Rob, what do you think?
I think the judges are about to get in the fisticuffs over here over that last one. I don't think they're all agreeing on the same board here. We're going to have to find out shortly.
There is definitely some contention.
I see Matt writing something down. I didn't even know he knew how to read or write, to be honest. He has informed me he can read and write, folks. He can read and write.
He is better at welding, though. I don't know if you've ever tried to read his handwriting.
No, I have not. Up until this moment, I didn't actually know he actually knew how to read or write. I am a race car driver.
All right, here we go. Charles Wang leading out Jordan. Let's see what happens. Charles fully missing that first touch and go on the first outside zone.
Coming for redemption here on his inner zone. Now, how about this outer zone here, too? He really laid that one in.
Charles losing the bumper. Jordan, though.
Who needs a bumper? Not this guy.
Jordan straightening in the chase. Not quite sure if that was at fault to Charles. How the judges will deem that fault. But both drivers putting on a clean run. Love to see it.
We need the judges to deem him a fault for not having enough mufflers on that thing. It sounds like a 350Z.
And a BMW.
It sounds all the wrong things. It looks like Forrest Wang's color, though. I'm liking the Wang on green connection. That's good.
The Wang gang is strong. No Wang, but...
No Wang and no bumper in the back here.
Knowing Charles, that Wang would not last him very long. Judges deliberating heavily on what's going on here.
Look at that carbon fiber lip on that BMW, though. Can you see that from here? Because I sure can.
My goodness, the sun is shining beautifully off of Jordan's car.
And the sun is shining. And it looks like Jordan is our winner.
Jordan Herwig taking the win, moving himself into the top 16.
Number 69 taking that W home.
Next up, we have the Frenchman versus the Spaniard.
This is quite the combination here.
We have Junior in the blue 240 Drift House S13. Always
Drift
a fan
Hoss.
of that car.
That's
Drift Hoss.
Drift Hoss.
How dare I? And we have Simon coming all the way from Quebec.
Hailing from Quebec.
I don't bother pronouncing the French last names because I think they just get upset at me.
Yeah, we just butcher them. We don't know how to speak French.
Oh, and we have a jump off the line here, or a hit cone, so it is a shutdown.
Missing the jump.
The Frenchmen, though, they never seem to know when to shut down a race.
They can't turn it off. Once it's on, it's on.
I heard part of being French is you automatically are born colorblind. I mean, a great practice run from both drivers here. They're going to have to rerun that, though. That is worth nothing. If you can see, I don't know how well it pops out. Oh, yeah, you can see the live stream is looking at it right now. That light. Mikey here getting a good view of that caution light. If that light is going off, that means someone, the lead driver has either jumped the light and or hit a cone in the chicane while leaving. So that light indicates a restart.
Drivers, look on the infield. If you come around that first corner and you see flashing lights, we're going to shut her down and not keep running this line out.
Yeah, we've given you guys just about enough warning.
All right, what does he got? Oh, no, he's jumped the line again.
Oh!
He's going to have to shut her down here, folks.
What's happening?
He's seen it. If you hit a cone, that is also going to result in a restart.
Oh boy, we are having some serious issues. I think we're getting a little lost in translation here on the start line.
I think the technical problem was going on is we need to have the guy at the start gate like telling these drivers, I think, individually.
Yeah, it seems like everyone's a little excited to compete today. Everyone's a little excited to get the win. Can't blame him, but we're going to get Ian, our start line poppy, to maybe give him a little more clarification when each driver pulls up now.
Yeah, come on, Ian. Let's go, buddy. You got this.
All right, here we go. That is another jump from Simon. The caution light is out. Big shout out to Jack here, running around all day, picking up cones for us. All right, well that looks, if I'm correct, that is a triple. That is 3 jumps. And that is a 0, so they will swap spots, or is that a finish? Finish. 3 strikes and you are out. Drivers, pull back up. Big shout out to our media here at the track all day. We have Jesse, yes sir, it's LaFleur, on Instagram taking all the 6 shots. We got Taylor, Goodnight Media, up in the tower right now at the start line. Always making the sickest edits. We got 305 from the 604.
And the 250.
The 250. We got Brad of Stop Media out there, always getting the clips for everyone. Big shout out to the ladies of the BCDA here, keeping us fed.
Jordan patiently waiting here to announce our driver's winner here on this last round. He's definitely got a cone under there. That thing is so low, though. You ain't getting that out. Jordan looking to announce our winner here. This car right here, Junior, he's our winner for that round. James, to the line. You have to battle Gabe.
James Duff, get to the line.
James Duff, you are up. Let's go.
James, run! Run, James, run!
James, you better be moving.
We'll just leave it here. One of the two is fine.
We've got our #1 qualifier coming up next, I believe. The Flying Frenchman, hail from Quebec. Our man Gab.
Where's James?
Hurry along there, young Z friend. Here comes another heavy hitter pulling out on the track now.
All right, here we go. We have Gabriel lined up to lead out James Duff. Gabriel, 421 Drift Team. Big shout out to Junior with the loudest car out here, that Jack. Getting that cone out from the bottom of the 240.
Kind of curious if you can get that jack under that car. It's so slammed.
All right, here we go. Gabe leading out James Duff. Gabe coming in hot to the touch and
in
go.
and out of that touch and go
James
section.
staying with him.
Fully committing through that first
James too
outer
much
zone.
angle, late transition, but Gabe getting into that second outside zone, filling it fully. James closing the proximity, coming into the last portion of the track here. Keep it off that wall, James. Gabe filling that last outside zone. James sadly having to shallow up to keep up with Gabe, but not allowing too much of a proximity gap. So good run, good chase from James, great lead from Gabe.
After watching that, there's no contest as to why we have our number one driver out there. That was quite a clean run as well. Now let's see how he's going to give chase on this next one. Up next, we got Andrew stuffing his face with a glizzy. The big glizzy gobbler, Andrew. Hey, man, grab that microphone, man. You got some things to do here.
I mean, that concession stand it makes delicious hot dogs and poutine. Get yourself some. Big shout out to Jack, picking up cones all day, running around on the scoop.
Wearing a
Keeping the comp rolling
Spec D
quick.
hoodie, repping that local Canadian Drift Series. Here we go. Gab giving chase. See what the young boy can do. He puts it right in that first in and out zone. Nailed that first outer zone here. Let's see what he's got on this second outer zone here.
Well, James!
James is on it. Gabe's not giving him much room though. Let's see who's got in that third clip zone. Yes, he does. He's really pushing it through there. Gabe is really on him though. He's really consistently keeping on that line and pushing that door. Great run by both drivers there.
Gabe giving James no space through that run, but James putting in an absolutely heater of a lead run to lead out Gabe. I mean, you can only chase as good as the lead driver drives, whatever the saying is.
And it's a good thing that you're not out there chasing.
Oh, thank goodness. There'd be a lot more collisions. Great run from both these drivers. Let's hear it. James the young buck taking on an OG Gabe, coming here from Quebec, showing us the French drifting style. Aggressive, and we love to see it.
Our winner, Red 370, Gab, takes that W.
Gab taking the win. I just noticed he's got a pink Nissan badge on the back of that car.
Yes, he does. Matches his plate on the back, too.
All right, next up, we have Tanner Emery leading out Josh Weens.
Ready.
Tanner Emery, our lead driver this run. Hailing from Washington, I believe. Here, and he's off. Let's see what he can't make out of this run. Coming into that touch and go section. In and out of the box, very well done. First outer zone, he fills that. Murders the cone. Coming into that second outer zone here, he is laying down a heater line. Janzen's not giving him any room to spare though. Now in your third and final outer zone, he is laying it down. Quality run by both drivers there. Good work.
Now, what's the Glizzy Gobbler have to say about this one?
Oh, that was a great run from both drivers. Josh, very aggressive in the chase run. A little bit of bobbling with the steering, but I think the aggression will pay off. Judges seem to be very happy with that run. All smiles, other than Mitch. We know Mitch isn't going to be smiling ever.
He doesn't ever smile. He's a grump.
All right,
He's
here we
smiling
go.
now, though. We'll give him that.
Judges are ready for run number 2. Here we go. Josh Weens leading out Tanner Emery. Tanner, a very aggressive chase driver. Let's see what he can do. Josh, a very aggressive lead driver. Here we go.
Big flick.
Tanner right on his bumper at the start. Great start for Tanner. Josh filling both those zones really well. Getting into the second outside zone. Painting that white line. Tanner, though, not giving him any space here. I take that back. Josh trying his best to take away from Tanner in this last outside zone. Just dipping a tire. A minor deduction from Josh dipping a tire coming out of that last outside zone. But a fantastic battle for both these drivers. I couldn't tell you who I'd say has an advantage. I'm happy I'm not the judge. What do you think, Rob?
Yeah, no, I can agree. I'm happy I'm not a judge as well. They look pretty miserable in the booth here today. Great run by both of these drivers. What will the judges say about this last one? We got the man, the myth, the legend, Jordan Maynard racing out there on the deck. Ready? Gonna announce these guys. Hail our new round champion here. Who wins? This is a Canadian versus American battle here. It's Team Canada or Team USA. Who's our winner? Canada or America? Who won? Josh in that G35 takes home the W. Good job for Tanner, though, coming all the way up here from America to get beat by another one of them Canadians. Unbelievable. Up next, we've got lead driving position, Mike Stokeman. In our chase is Shelby Moreau. And our other announcer is still gobbling glizzies. Currently on the poutine, and you can get yourself one over at the concession on the far stand, on the far wall. Go get yourself a poutine and a glizzy. Andrew approves them. And a Red Bull. They got Red Bulls too. Last time I heard they had lots of Mountain Dew. And Orange Crush. Lots of Orange Crush out there for any of you Orange Crush fans. You can get it at our concession, located on the far side of the track.
Talking about a snack, we got Mike Stokeman in the lead here, lining up with that E36. Mike Stokeman wanting to thank his wife and child, his biggest sponsors of his drift program.
As well as Lord Co Racing and Merle's Machine Works out of Kelowna, BC.
Boom. In our chase position, we have Shelby Moreau from Dark Lotus Drift Team and Fountain Tire Chilliwack running his FDF angle kit.
FDF angle kit, eh?
I see Mantis on the front fender.
Oh, I thought you just put that sticker on to be cool.
I thought I just like praying.
We're all big fans of FDF. Josiah makes some great products.
What are you shit talking about? You're fucking up next. You don't got a microphone. You remember that.
I knew our judges.
That is already good, sir. Sending.
We are sending here now. Now let's just hope they can look at the lights and figure it out.
Mike Stokeman, Shelby Moreau. Here we go. This is the top 16. Mike Stokeman to lead, running through the gears, sticking it in high.
Chuck, let's go.
Shelby staying right there with him, completely missing that first outside zone, trying to set up his line. He set himself up right, coming to the second outside zone. Mike Stokeman, though, hammer down, fully filling that second outside
He's lost him in the smoke. It looks like he's lost Shelby. Shelby's offline here.
Mike Stokeman,
coming a bit shallow.
Just a little shallow on that last outside zone. Shelby, nowhere to be seen.
Have you ever seen that movie, Shallow Hal?
No, I can't say I have.
How about the movie Shallow Mike? Did you see that third outer zone?
Big shout out to our sponsors again here at the BCDA. We have Zestino Tires, Kinetic Signs, Reaper Customs, Drift Enthusiast Magazine, Fountain Tire Chilliwack, Lordco Auto Parts, Rona Building Supplies, RaceGear.ca, 110 Hobbies, Still Real Productions, Valley Tech Gear, and of course, the ever so lovely Agassiz Speedway hosting us in this beautiful, beautiful venue. Absolutely gorgeous day for drifting.
Now we've got Mike Stokeman. He's going to be our chase driver this run. Shelby Moreau, our lead driver. Little hometown hero. Here he goes. Got a clean leave to the lights here. On our outer zone here. Let's see what he got on that touch and go. He's in and out of the box. Nice work. Both drivers filling that first outer touch zone there. Coming into the third outer clipping zone here.
Mike Stokeman glued.
Both drivers, great lines. Mike's going to get some major deductions for following through that spot, but he is making up for it here on this final third outer touch zone here.
Mike, absolutely clinical in that chase position, cutting himself off, coming through that transition, but setting himself up perfectly, diving back on Shelby's door into that last outside zone, making it look like he didn't even make a mistake coming through that transition.
Maybe it was all in the cards. Maybe you got it figured out.
Shelby, though, throwing down a heater of a lead run for Mike to follow. Mike, previously while chatting, let me know that his dream car is the car he's driving right now. He absolutely loves the E36, and that thing, I can tell.
Do you think his dream car has a fender looking like that? Because that steel fender up front is pretty banana strip there.
Looks like someone was cooking bacon for breakfast.
Well, I wonder what our judges are going to have to say. That was a very close battle.
All right, judges talking. Lots of talk between the judges, looking down at these two beautiful drift cars, the Dark Lotus G35
and the most beautiful person out there, Jordan Maynard, of course, who looks like he's just getting baked by the sun right now.
Big shout out to Jordan, hosting the best drift series in Western Canada. Actually, maybe the only drift series in Western Canada. Big shout out to Jordan, keeping the sport alive here, putting in all the effort to keep us going.
He really doesn't want to look over this way because the sun is blinding him, folks.
Yeah, it's not that Jordan doesn't like us or anything.
He's just turning a blind eye to us right now. Look at him, he's squinting away over there. He can't see nothing.
And with that,
we have a one more time.
Both drivers are going to re-rack him.
We're going to run it again. That was good.
Let's go turn it around, boys. Big applause. Big applause from the peanut gallery sitting on the side here for both these drivers. Big shout out to everyone out here spectating. Thanks for coming out and checking out the sport and what we love. Big thanks to everyone on the live stream checking in. We very much appreciate all of your guys' support.
The live stream is definitely the way to keep up to date on these
reruns. It's great to watch and see where they're coming in and doing the good things or the wrong things.
We will admit we struggled the first 2 rounds, but we are back, baby, and this live stream is sick.
You struggled.
I struggled the first 2 rounds. Since Rob joined, it's just been flawless, actually.
No, don't give me any credit like that. I'll go to my head. Here we go. Our drivers are off. We got Mike Stokeman as our lead driver.
Clean start. Here we go. Mike Stokeman. Great through that touch
he's getting into that wall.
Bringing it
Look
all
at
the
that.
way, filling the first outside zone. Shelby playing catch up here. Mike missing that first inside clip, but fully filling
Mike
the second
laying down a
outside
heater
zone.
run here.
Shelby right there with him though, just a car length or 2 behind. Mike Stokeman wanted
Just
the win here.
walked away from him. Where is Shelby? Is he even out there on the same track? Look at them go.
This is the definition of Mike Stokeman trying not to leave it in the judges' hands anymore. Let's go back to this replay.
What a heater run. Talk us through it, Andy. Let's hear it.
All right, Mike fully filling this first outside zone. Shelby cutting it again. Both drivers, actually Shelby getting that first inside clip really well, having to stay shallow in that second outside zone to keep proximity. But Mike Stokeman on this transition basically waved goodbye to Shelby through the rest of the course here, filling all of that third outside zone. Shelby doing everything he can to keep up, but just struggling a bit in that VQ. Let's see what he can do in the lead though. Shelby, very smooth lead driver. Mike, a very aggressive chase driver, which always leads to a good battle. So grab your popcorn, take a sip of your soda. Let's watch the second one play out.
All right, we got Shelby off. Lead driver, Mike Stokeman, give it chase. See what he's got here. Gets into that touch and go section, into that first outer clipping zone. He's on it. Mike's not giving him any room this time. Shelby doing a great job of putting himself through that second outer zone, but Mike still on him, not giving him any room. Big flick. Let's see if he can't close this gap up. Oh yeah, he can. He is right on him. Look at Mike. Great job by Shelby though, filling that outer zone. I think we know where the judges are going to lead that one. We're going to have to wait to find out, though. Shelby was having so much fun, he just wanted to keep drifting out there, it looked like. Nice job by both of our drivers there. Definitely what we came to watch. Couple OG vets out here. Who's going to take the win? Number 315 or 99?
Remember, this is a one more time battle too, so this is the second time these guys are going up against each other.
I wonder if they have any tires left. Judging by the amount of smoke that was coming off of Mike's car, I don't think he has much left.
I mean, Shelby's tires are still smoking.
Yes, they are. Right you are, Ken. The judges steady, concentrated in the back here. I see the pens clicking. I've noticed they're putting up a new border, so our good friend Matt, he was getting a little sun heat in there. I caught one of the drivers there just picking his nose just now.
I think that's why Matt's so short. He doesn't like the sun. He's never let it grow. Let him grow.
He is very short, that fella, isn't he?
I mean, that's why he's so good at driving.
He has his shortcomings, though. I've seen him. Jordan Maynard about to announce our winner. Shelby Moreau takes the win. Up next, we got Jake Schnetty, lead driver. Cameron Dirks is going to be giving chase on this next run.
All right, here we go. Jake Sneddon, one of the OG vets, you could say. Usually driving a Volvo, but out here in this E36 he bought last night. Well, I guess he bought it a week ago, but he's fixing the windshield. He's never driven it. Here we go. Cameron Dirk's chasing him with that LSS13. Here we go. Jake tipping it in, filling all that first outside zone one really well. Cameron Dirk's choking up here, getting a little too aggressive on that chase. Jake Sneddon filling all of that second outside zone, bringing it through to transition, carrying all of the speed through that decel zone. He said, decel who? Jake finishing off strong. Cameron Dirk's having to go really shallow to try and keep proximity with Jake there.
Jake drives that thing so well, I think he should just trade that Volvo in for a BMW.
I think it's about time. Might as well cut out the step of throwing a BMW engine in a Volvo and just drive the car itself.
I bet his motor that he's got now in that Volvo would just drop right into that thing. Turbocharged at 500 horsepower, let's go.
You'd have no problem, you'd be winning too many comps. All right, here we go. Cameron Dirks, though, in this absolutely dialed LS S13. Cameron Dirks saying his dream car would be literally this car, but with a NASCAR engine in it, which I think he's getting pretty close to the thing he's got in it right now. I don't know if he's too far off that already.
Yeah, it sounds pretty close to being a NASCAR motor. It's loud when it comes past his booth.
All right, we got the thumbs up from the judges. We're going to wait for the lights to extinguish here and send both these drivers. Cameron Dirks now leading out Jake Sneddon. Rob, tell us what's going on.
What's going on is we got Cameron Dirks taking the lead here. Let's see what he can do in that first touch and go section. Yes, he makes it in and out. Oh no, that's going to be a 0 result for Jake. Cameron Dirks, though, still looking to make that clean line. Coming into that inner zone 3 there. Great job. Now in that third outer zone, he is really pushing that zone to its limit there, folks.
Jake Sneddon, unfortunately, getting into the side of Cameron Dirks, spinning himself out. Let's go back to the replay and see if Cameron decelled too much here. Here we go, leaving the touch and go. Cameron with the big left foot brake, but it looks like Jake just getting a little too greedy in the chase there.
He looked like he choked up there is what happened.
A little bit of a foot brake by Cameron on initiation, but I don't think it was dramatic enough to cause a 0. We'll see, or fault. We'll see what the judges have to say, though. There's a reason I'm on the mic and they're behind the notepad.
Jordan Maynard, that's who you're looking at out there. He is about to call him up. We're going to replay this one more time here on the live stream.
You see the big left foot brake from Cameron, but he seems to be back on throttle by the time Jake hits him. Jake shaking his head there in the driver's seat, knowing he's better than that.
I'm shaking my head at Jake here in the announcing booth. I know he's better than that.
I mean, look at those front tires. They're basically bald.
He probably took them off the Volvo. He likes to repurpose things.
I heard that too.
Number 619, Jake Sneddon, awaiting to hear his result, as is 614, Cameron Dirks.
Jordan Herwig, we are looking for you. You are up next against Dakota. Jordan Herwig, I see you in the pits.
I don't see you on the paddock, so let's go. Jordan, you are our next driver.
All right, sadly, Jordan Herwig has notified us that he is out with an oil leak. Jordan Herwig has an oil leak and he is out of competition. We are unfortunate to see that. Jordan, thank you for competing and communicating properly to us. I'm sorry to see you're out for the day. You're absolutely ripping. Well, I'm excited to see you take it to the top in round 5. All right, with that, up next we have Dakota Janzen. Well, I'm getting a little ahead of myself here. We still have to figure out what the judges say between Jake Snedden and
Cameron Dirks. Who is going to take this one home, folks? These judges, I think they're about to go to fisticuffs here again. I see them ever so patiently rewatching the replay for the 14th time. Still awaiting our judges here.
Oh, baby. Rob, what would you say your favorite part of drifting is?
My kind of drifting?
Your favorite part of drifting?
Watching people take the man line and don't manji the straight, folks. That's the rules. Don't manji the straight. Take the man line.
Is that because you don't know how to manji?
No, that's because guys like you just do that because you don't know how to take the man line, buddy.
Oh, come on, man.
It's all about commitment. Even with you underpowered kids, you know, you just got to go for the gusto, put your foot to the floor, and take the man line. There's no place for manjiing here in drifting, folks.
I thought I heard a rumor that you just do handbrake entries.
That is fake news like CNN, my friend. This coming from a guy who actually has the hydraulic e-brake in his vehicle, don't you?
No hydro for me, dude. Stock handbrake, always. Forever. Keep the style alive, baby.
Yeah, style alive.
Big shout out to our drivers sitting on the wall.
Just patiently awaiting their next drive.
I see an Eric in a red hat. Hi, Eric. Charles, Clinton. We got the Weens. Mr. Wiener, we got Junior, Shelby, Tanner hanging out.
Shout out,
Tanner.
We got a shout out on our online stream here to Sean Lund, who's watching at home. Jake Sneddy takes that win on that last run.
Looks like that foot brake, I'm assuming that big brake in initiation is what?
Both drivers zeroed their chase runs. But Jake had the better line in the lead, so Jake Schnetty takes that win.
I repeat, both drivers zeroed their chase run. All right, if you look on the live stream, you can see the back eight here. Moving into the top eight, we have Gabe, Josh, and I lost it.
Our next driver going to be taking a solo lap by himself. Mr. Pierogi Man himself.
Here we go. We're gonna just let this. Well, we're gonna shut up for a second here, and you can let this beautiful machine sing. Dakota putting on an absolute clinic here of why you got second place qualifier. Beautiful run by Dakota Janzen.
Yeah, Dakota
just getting
slayed
himself
that.
warmed up.
For all you drivers that are looking and wondering what zones to fill out, if you watch that last run, that will really show you how to put your car in where.
Next up, we have Tino Dibbs versus Gaston Morrison. This should be an exciting battle. Tino, one of our young bucks. Dakota, you lose. Line up, buddy. All right, Tino, one of our young bucks, still getting used to drifting, but he is getting the hang of it really quickly in that GT86. Really good chassis to learn on.
Are you allowed to call anybody a young buck at your age, fella?
All right, maybe that's a fair point.
Yeah, you guys are both young bucks.
Tino, newcomer, versus Gaston.
Fellow young buck, just like yourself.
Fellow young buck, that's a good way to say it.
And an old man coming in the chase line here, Mr. Gaston Morrison.
I thought Gaston was going to lose a knee running that leg race earlier.
You watch Gaston turn it up here, folks. As soon as that initiation, it's go time for him. Coming into that inner zone there. Tino did a good job of staying into it. See what Gaston can do here. Great job filling that zone for Tito.
Tino running a great line though through that. Gaston straightening up through that transition. Tino staying in it. Tino hopefully having a spotter to let him know that Gaston straightened up in the chase behind him. We'll see if the judges give that a 0. Not quite sure what they're going to come out with, but Tino coming in with a major advantage in my eyes into the second run.
Yeah, that was definitely a major advantage. From the angle I was looking at, Gaston looked like he had nowhere to go, and he had to straighten out there, I believe. Let's see what it looks like here. There he goes. Yeah, no, he definitely just straight lined that one. We do have the replay in front of us, that's right.
Shout out to Steel Reel Productions and Valley Tech, keeping us dialed in on the live stream. Big shout out to Mikey up here in the booth.
Mikey in the booth.
On the ones and twos. Here we go. Gaston in the lead though. Lead it out. Tino.
Let's see what Gaston's got. Big flick.
Gas right through outside zone 1. Tino though trying to stay with him. Great through that first inside clip is Tino staying with Gaston. Tino might be coming up with his first win here if he can keep it together. Tino transitioning successfully. Gaston getting into that final outside zone. But Tino staying with them. Let's hear it for both these drivers pulling off a clean second run. Tino putting in a performance against the old man. Not scared at all. Rob, run us through what you think about this battle. Young guy versus old guy.
Young buck versus old buck. I think it was
With that, Tino, the judges have said, gets the win. Sorry for interrupting you, Rob. Big shout out to Tino, getting a little bit of a lucky break there with Gaston, just choking up a bit in the chase. A very unusual mistake from Gaston, one of our very best consistent drivers.
And we're back. I just had a little technical difficulty with my microphone.
I wasn't going to tell him.
Yeah, you're probably appreciating the lack of voicing over here on this side of the booth.
All right, next up, I'm going to need you for this one, Rob. We got Clinton versus Junior. Junior chasing down Clint.
Yeah, Junior will be chasing him down.
What do you think about Clinton?
I think he's a good man, and he's got a good car, and it sounds good. Here it comes. Let's see what he does in this first touch and go section. He's in and out of the box. Coming into that first outer zone, he nails that as well. Barely touches that cone. He's really knocking his bumper off there. That second outer zone, he's filling that out. Now let's see what he's got through the middle here.
Junior doing everything he can.
Puts his car right into that inner zone there. And on the final outer zone, turn 3 here, he laces it down. Junior's chasing him hard though, trying to keep up.
Junior, unfortunately, having to cut a lot of line. Go a little shallow to keep up with Clinton in this LS car.
Sounds like something you do if you're out here driving.
Yep, that's the move I would be taking too. Junior definitely with a horsepower disadvantage, but not making it look that obvious.
And you know a lot about having a horsepower disadvantage, don't you?
I know all about the horsepower disadvantage.
I heard that your car only makes 87 horsepower. Is that true?
83.
And is that why you have like a 6.3 final gear in that car?
Exactly. I basically have an RC car.
I heard you leave the starting gate in 5th gear. Is that true?
A downshift to 6th. All right, here we go. Junior leading out Clinton Renaud. Let's see what he can do. Running through the gears, tipping it in, a little bit of a handbrake into the touch and go. Clinton staying right there with Junior though, giving him no space on that transition, following him right on the door through the second outside zone. Junior though throwing a really smooth lead run for Clinton to put it on. There we go, Clinton with the dive onto Junior. Junior filling all of that last outside zone. Let's hear it for both these drivers.
Doesn't give him any room. Let's look at this replay. Now, if you watch the lead run here, unfortunately, this is what there's no style in these e-brake drag flicks here. It was just no good. But what we got here following, though, is Clinton just putting on one heater of a line there. He's following him to a mirrored image. Coming into that second outer zone, he is on him like a pig on you-know-what. Coming through the center here, both drivers getting into that third inner touch zone. Now on the final third zone, look at him. Look at the way he just drives them right on his door. You give him nowhere to go, nowhere to turn. Great chase run, great lead run, great to watch, but no flick on the initiation. So
tough on that. I'm with you, Rob. I'm big on the style on initiation. I don't know quite how heavy the judges are leaning on it, but for me, I'm big on initiation.
Our winner, purple car. Clinton takes a win.
Clinton trying to get his third win of the season here. Big shout out, one of our amazing, very experienced drivers. Junior, big shout out to him fixing that inner tire or that outer tie rod, getting back out on track, getting a win in comp, and then coming out, getting knocked out by one of our best drivers.
Our next two, it looks like we got Alex Sainz in our leading position. Jay Gree being their chase driver here. He's the youngest driver we got out in the field.
All right, let's see what they do. Alex coming in hot, tipping it into the first touch and go. Jay Gree staying right there with him. Loads of angle from Jay. Holding on to it though. Staying with Alex, coming into the second outside zone. Alex doing his best to run away. A little bit of a flick back. Lots of left foot braking coming from Alex, but Jay far enough behind him that it's not bothering him too much. Great lead run from Alex. Jay doing everything he can to keep up with him, making it look clean.
It's not easy to keep up to an M-powered car. That is the facts, folks. Let's see how he does here. They both got into that first inner touch and goes section. Coming into the inner zone. Oh, looks like Jay was quite a bit off there. Second outer zone. Alex does a great job of filling that zone. Into that third inner zone. Jay hits it a little bit. Let's see what else we got here. Yeah, look at that. Yeah, so Alex did a great job of finaling that run out. He maxed out that box like nobody's business.
Let's see what Alex can do in the chase. All right, Rob, tell us what's going on.
Let's see what's going on here. What's going on anyways? Here he goes. Here goes Jay Gree, lead driver. Alex Steins giving chase. Pushing that zone. Missing that whole first outer zone though, as well as his inner clipping zone. 2 tires off. We'll have to see what the judges have to say about that. Alex not giving him any room though. Coming into that third and final outer zone. Alex Steins is really pushing onto him. Jay does a great job holding on to it though.
Yeah, Jay, a little bit of style points at the end. Let's hear it for both these drivers, putting on 2 clean runs, doing really good in chase and lead. Both drivers pulling up to the line here to our beautiful owner of BCDA, Jordan Maynard. Gonna tell us who is getting the win.
I think the E46 won that round. What do you think, buddy?
I think it might have been the 2-door E46 as well.
I think it was the blue one, to be honest.
I don't know. I think it might be the other blue one. All right, and the judges say E46 gets the win.
Our blue E46 takes the win. That's the blue E46 takes the win. Alex Steins takes the win. Driver number 8.
Big shout out to Jay.
Holding it down for the young boys.
We love Jay out here, our youngest driver of the BCDA, Jay Gree.
And he put on a phenomenal foot race this morning.
Yeah, he might be a little worn out from that foot race. I know that's what I heard. That's what Gaston's complaining about. Why he got knocked out was the foot race.
I also heard that. Yeah, no, I heard he's out there stretching right now because he doesn't know if he's gonna have to do another one of those foot races next round.
Make sure nobody moves on the line until the lights distinguish. Yes, sir.
I heard Gaston might bring the 18-wheeler out to the next event after seeing him drifted on that on Instagram there. Very impressive stuff, Gaston.
Yes, very impressive. That guy can drive the wheels off of anything that he puts his hands to the wheel of.
Hard knock stunts. Keep your eyes out for him. He's always doing stuff putting on great shows like Smoke, Fire, and Thunder at Mission. All right, looks like our drivers are potentially okay, a little bit of a mix-up in the drivers. Shelby getting a little too excited. Josh snoozing. But we are back in at Gab of 421 Drift Team to lead out Josh Weens of Weens Electric Janzen Racing drift car. Let's see what he can do here. Gab in the lead. This will be a good battle. Gab tipping it in.
Look
hot.
at that.
Josh giving him no space. Josh flipping down that visor. Middle of the run. Look at him go, though. Right onto Gab's door. Giving him no room. How do they do through the second transition? Josh staying right with him, making the dive. Gab doing everything he can to run away, but Josh glued to him in that G35. Let's hear it for both these drivers. Josh putting on a clinic in the chase. Absolutely glued to Gab. Let's see what they do on the replay. Let's watch it back. Gab, though, filling all those zones, putting on a really good lead run, getting into the first inside clip, all the way out into the second outside zone. How do they do through this transition? Josh mimicking him almost perfectly into this last outside zone, getting into it a little late, but staying with him. Great run from both these drivers. Let's see what they do in run number 2.
Yes, that was a phenomenal lead run there. Great job with Jason or Josh for leading or taking that follow there on that one.
All right, here we go. Josh leading out Gab. Let's see what they can do. Josh tipping it into the outside, or the touch and go. Gab staying right there with him on that transition. Just a little bit closer than Josh was into the second outside zone. Josh doing everything he can, screaming that LS. Gabe cutting the inside corner. Oh, Gabe going into the wall. Just slipping out, getting those cones under the front tire. Sadly, those cones getting under Gab's front tire, understeering him into that wall. Good save from Gab, though, as much as he could. Josh, last round, 2 rounds ago, Josh being the one that went into that wall. Keeping it out, Gab. That car, I'm surprised it's still going. Good running, though, buddy. Doing a burnout. Yeah.
Looks like that rear wheel has definitely seen a better day. I'm going to guess he's got some control arms in the rear of that thing that are hatched. That didn't look like a smooth hit.
Frenchman bringing the Frenchman style. Crash style, baby. These guys go hard or go home. Nothing but the best. We love them. Shout out to Gab, MMM Motorsports, 421 Drift Team being out here. Unfortunate way to end the day. Just got those cones stuck under his front tire, and it looks like he slipped right into that yellow wall. Nothing he could have done to save that one. It's unfortunate, but he'll be back out here for round 5, I'm sure. Josh Weens, let's hear it for him, though. Putting on 2 great runs. Super aggressive chase run from Josh, and a really good lead run as well. Putting on a show in that G35. Oh my goodness, looks like Gabe's car. It's seen better days. All right, the judges confirm the yellow wall wins. Oh, baby, what a competition we have on our hands today. These guys are going hard. We have 2 rounds left of this series, and these guys are searching. They're hunting for points.
Looks like that yellow jersey barrier has been pushed a foot over from when Gab decided to drive his car into it, unfortunately.
Gab absolutely loving that jersey barrier. At least he didn't have any airbag to pop this time because he popped it last time on the same wall.
Right you are, he did indeed.
Let's hear it for Josh.
Our winner.
I don't know if that's confirmed yet. Is it confirmed?
It's confirmed.
Yes. Look at Gabe doing a word out, showing us what's up. Josh here taking the win. Let's hear it for the Weens Electric Janzen Racing G35. Josh Weens, baby. You. I don't know what they're saying down there, but it sounds like something's messed up with the steering. He has a loose wheel. Oh, look at Gabe giving the fans a wave as he gets off track here. I don't know how he's controlling that thing, but good on him for making it quick work, not slowing down the competition. Other than maybe he's just stalling his car right now, but we all do that.
I honestly can't believe that thing even drove off the track here.
I'm surprised he got this far. Oh, I see Blair Howard photography down there in one of the oval track racing pits beside the Certified Auto Sound. Big shout out to Blair. Jesse.
Hi, Blair.
Hi, Blair.
Hi, Blair. Wave, Blair. Hey.
Everyone say hi, Blair.
Everybody say hi, Blair. They're screaming your name out here.
Give Blair a big hug when you see him. Along with Taylor, Goodnight Media up in the tower there, shooting a bunch of sweet clips always for all the drivers in the BCDA. Yes, sir, it's LaFleur. 35 from the 604, always down here too.
And the 250, can't forget about us, man.
Can't forget about the 250.
And the 250.
Next up, though, we have Jake Snedden versus Shelby Moreau. Jordan doing a little bit of gravel cleanup here, and we will be back on track.
Well, it's about time he does something, because all he's been doing is calling out the winners. I like to see Jordan have to work a little bit. Look at him, he is out. Now, Jordan, if you guys don't know this about him, he does the finest jobs of the blowing.
Jordan, our king and ruler of BCDA, always making it happen. Big shout out to Jack being out here all day too, helping sweep and pick up cones around track. Big shout out to the ladies working the ticket booth, Ash and Kayla, making it happen all day. Getting everyone, blowing my kisses, getting everyone sorted, making sure everyone's got their waivers signed and the spectators are paying, making sure all you drivers aren't trying to get any sneaky ones past us. All right, yeah, there seems to be no bad days in the French pits over there. Those guys walking off track with a smile, pushing that car off. Love to see it, love to have them out here.
Love to see that car fixed and get them into that open drift today. That would be nice to see.
Baby, I can almost guarantee it. All right, here we go.
Jake Snedden, our lead driver, Shelby Moreau, giving chase. Jake on this car he built last night, and I seen it getting built in the shop. It was a one-night show. Here he goes in that first touch and go section. He is in the box, out the box, outer zone one. Great job of filling that. Coming into the inner clip zone, he is doing a very fine job here. Second outer zone, he's lacing it down. Came a little bit shallow at the end, but he's still going for it. Into that third inner clip zone, he's in it. Now on that final third zone, he is just lacing through the box. This guy, Jake, is smooth as it gets. Nice to see him out there. Oh, we had a little mishap here at the end for Shelby. That should probably result in a 0. We're going to have to see what the judges say, but I missed it. I was looking at the judges. On the instant replay, Andy is going to give us a little walkthrough here.
Here we go. Shelby on Jake through this second inside or the second outside zone. Jake, though, through this transition, just gaining so much speed. Transitioning into that last outside zone. Still a little shallow for Jake. Shelby, though, just looking just a bit too much angle for the Shelbmeister coming into that last or finishing that last outside zone. I'm not sure if the judges will say that was after the line or before it, but it does not matter because right now they are both back on track. Let's see what they do. Shelby in the lead, Jake chasing. Rob, tell us what's going on.
We got Jake here coming in. Oh, Shelby just murders that cone. Great job of filling out that outer zone, though. Right into the inner zone. Great job of that as well. Let's see what he can do here. Filling that outer zone here. Jake has not let him get away at all, folks. Into that third and final inner clip zone. Jake is just moving in on him. Look at this. Jake is just not giving him any room. Look at him go.
Jake giving him the door tap. Letting Shelby know he's there. Letting Shelby know I'm here and I want to win.
He is definitely gunning for the win. It's nice to see Jake not driving a Volvo. He looks much more comfortable in this BMW. I think he should just take the motor right out of that Volvo and stuff it into this car.
Great battle from both these drivers. Let's hear it.
Let's hear it for our two drivers here. A couple OG vets. Jake Snedden takes the win. Jake Snedden, he is our winner.
In that E36, Jake's going to try and take it all today.
That's my boy Blue.
Let's hear it, Jake. Shelby giving us a little bird out. Shout out to Shelby, Fountain Tire Chilliwack. Doing a great job
I've
this
seen
night.
victory burnouts, but I don't know what Shelby's going to call that one.
All right. Next up, we have Dakota Janzen leading Tino Dibbs.
In that purple, fuchsia, pink GT86 BRZ FRS thingamajigger.
Wannabe GR86.
Yeah. Like, nose clip swap the front of that thing. They got way nicer headlights on the new ones.
Way nicer.
Sending. Let's send. Here comes the pierogi man, who didn't bring me any pierogies today, and I'm very hurt about that.
Let's hope he doesn't overcook the pierogi on this one. Here he goes. Dakota coming in hot. Tips it in. Tino, though, giving him no room. Tino looking aggressive on the chase.
Oh no.
Just looping it. Dakota dropping a tire. Dakota dropping a tire on that second outside zone, but just finishing the course off like it's a clinic here. Great lead run from Dakota. He's going to be happy with that, looking back and seeing Tino already off track.
It appears the only pierogi that got overcooked was Tino on that one.
Oh, sadly. Just going a little too fast. He looked really good, though. Tino looked like he set himself up really well for that transition, but just a little too much, just waited a little too long to get on gas. All right, judges say they are ready. We are going to get the lights extinguished in here and send the drivers.
What are these judges ready for? That's the real question.
I think these judges are ready to see a battle between Tino.
I think they look like they're ready for some glizzies, if you ask me.
Here we go. Tino tipping it in. Little shallow on the touch and go. Dakota, though, getting aggressive in the chase. Going to really wide. Dakota, 2 tires off there. Staying in it, though. Almost getting a little too sassy with that. Tino throwing a really good lead run, though. Hitting all the zones perfectly. Just dropping a tire. coming out of that last outside zone. Dakota
overcooking that pierogi on that corner.
We have some one more times coming from the sidewall here. That was a really good run from both these drivers, but both lead runs, I should say, were really good. Both chase runs, drivers. Tino, get back here, buddy.
Come back, Tino. You're not done yet.
You're not done yet, Tino.
Yet, buddy.
Judges here. I'm seeing lots of one more times from the stands. Lots of one more times.
Lots of one more times from the stands.
I'm not quite sure what the judges are coming up with, but I see Matt Rozeski stern. I see Matt giving me a single finger. Not sure if that means one more time or that spectators should keep their opinions to themselves. I'm not quite sure what that means, but
who cares what Matt says? He is signing autographs for those that are wondering. Matt Rozeski up in the booth signing autographs all day.
He wants to know all your questions about why he judges the way he does. Please ask him. He wants to know all the criticism. Matt really enjoys it.
Matt's a big fan of criticism around here, and normally he's on the receiving end of the criticism.
Oh.
What do you guys think? Should we do it one more time for these guys? Well, let's find out what the judges have to say.
The judges say one more time.
Woo!
Both drivers, we are going to run this again. Dakota sadly taking himself out, getting a little too excited in the chase there. Almost had the free win, but Pierogi Man overcooked it a little, left it in the pan a little too long.
He overboiled that pierogi is what he did.
Come on, Dakota, run it back, baby. You got it. Tino putting on a show, though, doing a really good job, this being his first or second competition. I can't remember if he ran the last round or not, but doing a really good job out here today in that GT86. Definitely with a horsepower disadvantage against Dakota, but...
And this guy here knows a lot about this horsepower disadvantage.
I know all about it.
87 horsepower, screaming beams motor. Woo! Your announcer, Andrew Schmidt.
At least mine sounds better than a straight pipe Mustang.
At least yours runs.
At least mine runs.
At least yours runs.
Actually, it doesn't right now, sadly.
Yeah, you'll get that on these big jobs, buddy. Dakota getting back into it.
Little tire pressure check, and he's back. Kayla breaking speed records in that go-kart right now, rounding outside zone 1.
I'm kind of curious what's going on with Gab's car in the pit. You know, I can't quite see from up top, but I imagine they're trying to get that 370 back together.
Big shout out to Riley Janzen, also one of our videographers and photographers. He only shoots someone with a Helmies or a Janzen sticker on the side, unfortunately. But
I heard that about him too.
If you nag him enough, I hear he loves shooting and editing free video for people.
Yes, I also heard that. He is big fan for doing all the free endorsing of videos.
Riley strictly works for free out of his love for drifting in the community. Thank you, Riley.
I heard he goes all the way down to the States to do it for free. This man has shot all over the Formula Drift scene, and now he is up here shooting in British Columbia for free.
Thanks, Riley. We love you.
No money given to this man.
Thank goodness, too. I heard his parents paid his way here.
I actually also heard that. I heard they loaned them the car to get here even.
Shout out to the Jansens. Frank, we love you. Woo! All right, here we go. Dakota coming into this first touch and go. Tipping it in. Very aggressive. Tino not giving him much room though. Tino diving in. Holds it together. Straightens out though. Dakota, keep it together, buddy.
He turned his headlights on.
Outside zone. Great transition from Dakota, lining himself up perfectly for this last outside zone. Painting that white line. Let's hear it for Dakota.
Great
Putting
run.
on a clinic in the lead.
Great run by Dakota, but unfortunately, in my opinion, that was a very boring initiation with a big e-brake drag. We like to see the big flicks here, folks, so you should put the style on. Let's see it.
Rob is very opinionated about initiation. Just know he's not a judge, so.
Yeah, or else those 40s will go down to 30s.
All right, great run, though, from both these drivers. Tino, unfortunately, choking up a bit on his chase. Same spot, but he didn't spin this time, so improvement from Tino. Dakota doing about exactly the same run all day today.
And that's coming from a choke artist himself, so
I know
it's true.
All right, let's see what Dakota can do in the chase. Has to just pace himself a little bit here.
Plant that car right on his door is what he needs to do. Let's see if Tino can't figure out the flick here. Oh yeah, he is. Nice job here, into that outer zone. Now that Screaming Bald Eagle power is gonna chase him right into the second outer zone here. Both drivers staying in the box. Coming into that third inner clip zone. Let's see what Tino can do. He stays in there nicely. Now pushing for that third outer zone. Oh. Dakota is on him. Oh, is he ever on him there?
Dakota!
Pouring the smoke on. That was a great follow and lead by both of these two drivers.
Great battle from both these drivers. Let's hear it again for Tino and Dakota. Putting on a show here. And with that, Dakota Janzen
takes the win. That's Dakota Janzen taking the win all the way to the pierogi factory to go get us to the pierogies. The pierogi machine Dakota taking the win on that last one. Love to see that. I'd love to see some of these pierogies he keeps talking about. Dakota, the pierogi machine Janzen. I see Matt over here, one of the judges. He's just drooling, just thinking about these pierogies.
I heard that if the Jansens, if the Helmies car gets a win, that next round they bring pierogies to it.
I also heard that it's going to be a round of free pierogies for the boys if they stick this win out here today.
Pierogi truck is already cooking. It's fired up. Next up, we have, speaking of cooking, we got Clinton Renaud chasing or leading out Alex Steins. This should be a good one. These guys pretty consistently come 1 and 2 in the series, so I'm excited to see what they can do. This is our last battle of the top 8. All right, who do you got here, Rob? What are you thinking?
You know what? It's a tough call. I mean, honestly, Clinton's gonna win because he always wins. But I love Alex Steins because he's a hell of a guy himself.
That
Look
he
at
is.
Clinton. Look at Alex though. He's on it into that outer zone, coming into the first inner clip zone. Alex does a great job of following him. See, he is really pushing the pressure onto him. Both drivers, great job of filling that second outer zone, coming into the third inner clip. Alex Steins knocking that one out, surging ahead of him. Let's see what he's got.
This is a battle.
That is what we came to see, folks. I think the judges like that, but they don't like much, so.
Let's go back to the replay on this one. All right, Clinton tipping it in, getting to the touch and go. Alex, though, giving him no space on that tip in. Alex a little shallow on outside zone 1, but doing what he can, setting himself up for the second outside zone. Staying deep in it is Alex. Transitioning here, Clinton doing everything he should be in the lead, but Alex giving him no space anywhere on track here. Great first run by both these drivers, showing us why they're 1 and 2 consistently in this series. Let's see what they can do in the second run. All right, well, we have a quick little break here in our judges' deliberation. Let's give another shout out to our sponsors, Excel Auto Glass.
Certified Auto Sound.
Kinetic Signs.
Destino Tires Canada.
One Stop Hobbies.
Steel Reel Productions.
Reaper Customs.
Fountain Tire Chilliwack.
Drift Enthusiast Magazine.
Racegear.ca.
Road and Building Supplies.
Valley Tech Production Group.
And last but not least, Agassiz Speedway. Thank you for hosting this beautiful, or thank you for hosting us in this beautiful venue. We have an absolute joy of a time running this series here. And I mean,
hey, we forgot one of our sponsors. Jordan Maynard Racing. Can't forget about that guy.
Oh, can't forget about JMR, wherever he is running around. Big shout out to all the work he does and time he puts into this. Jordan, right now, working, running around, starting to generate it.
No
Crank
way.
that, Jordan.
Pull on that thing, Jordan.
Come on, baby.
Pull on it, boy.
Another big shout out to our judges
Now
as
make
well.
sure you get fuel in that thing too, Jordan, while you're there. You wouldn't want that one to run out.
Matt Rajewski, Mitch McGarvey, and Kyle Martin.
Matt Rozecki over here signing autographs in the booth all day.
Keep an eye out for him in the Ride Fast crew. Here we go for this second run. Alex leading out Clinton.
It's about time. This run has been overdue. Let's see it.
Judges are ready.
Hopefully.
Hopefully
they're ready.
Are the spectators ready? You guys ready to see the second run?
Yes, they are.
You. Tanner, you all good up there? Or Taylor, you all good?
He's good.
He's ready. We got a thumbs up from the media man.
We've got so many. It's like a sea of media men out there.
Then we might as well just put them out as codes. All right, here we go. Alex leading out Clinton. Alex coming in fast, dipping it in.
Yes.
Clinton right on his door for this transition. Wiping his bumper. Great transition for Clinton. Glued to Alex. Coming through the second outside zone. Clinton giving him no space. Here we go, transitioning into this last outside zone. Clinton glued to Alex's door. Alex shedding that rear bumper, dropping a wheel. Here we go. That is the first battle of the top four, and it was, last battle of the top 8. These guys putting on a show, both these cars. Clinton, 2 bumpers barely hanging on. Alex losing the rear. Let them hear you guys.
Give it up for these 2 drivers. Look at Clinton's car. I've never seen it look like such a pile.
These guys, unbelievable transitions from both these drivers.
Transitioning into each other.
Alex putting on a show in the chase and the lead. Clinton wiping bumpers everywhere he goes. Great battle from both these drivers, hugging it out. They're good friends. We're happy to see it. Judges look like they're coming to a conclusion or a decision here.
I don't think they are. They don't ever come to conclusions back there. Our winner this round,
Clinton in the purple 240. I think it's the chase that sealed it. Clinton absolutely dialed. Alex, unfortunately, with a little bit of a stutter step in that last outside zone. Clinton.
I guess we won't be seeing any victory breakdancing from Alex Steins today.
No victory breakdancing, unfortunately, on the blacktop. Clinton going back to the pits to do a little repair. Next up, if I am correct, we have Josh Weens against Jake Snedden.
Jake Snedden.
Bum, bum, bum.
I see Jake's car. I don't see Jake. He's sitting in it? Oh, he's sitting in it. Hi, Jake.
I think he went to the
Get
bathroom.
ready, buddy. You're driving soon.
All right. Jake and Josh.
Let's
see what they can do. Jake Snedden, sponsored by Maddie, his girlfriend, and all the Volvo boys. Big shout out. We love you, Jake. We love his pit crew too.
Yes. Who do
Keep
we
the
got over
Volvos
there?
alive over here. None amongst them Swedish other than Axel, but the rest of them loving Swedish stuff. Big shout out to Josh Weens here in the chase position. His sponsors, Weens Electric, Janzen Racing, and friends and family. Big shout out to the Weens and Janzen pit.
Look how big that pit is for Schnetty, though. There's so many people over there.
He has, for being an out-of-towner, he sure brought a big crew with him to cheer him on.
He did. He needs it. He needs it today because he's going against an LS-powered vehicle in an underpowered BMW.
Let's go, Jake. Here we go. Great through that first outside zone. Josh keeping it together with that FDF kit. Jake filling all of that second outside zone beautifully, trying his best to run away from Josh. Josh not letting him go. Jake just clipping Jake.
Oh, Jake!
Wiping
Oh,
out
my
his
goodness.
rear end. I mean, I'm surprised that car lasted that long. I've never seen Jake stay off a wall for more than 6 hours at a drift event.
Members of the Jake Schnetty community, you guys should remind him that he's not driving a Volvo, so he doesn't need to be driving it like that.
The bumpers, the rear ends do not go back together as easily as the Volvo, unfortunately.
Yes, this car will crumple into a beer can if you keep doing that, Mr. Schnetty. But it was great to see.
It was very beautiful. Classic Jake Sneddon.
Classic is right.
Jake Sneddon only gets out if he knocks himself out. That is the rule of Jake Sneddon in drifting.
I kind of want to watch the replay on that one again. That one was good. I'm going to have to rewatch that one at home.
I'm going to watch that tonight.
Look at the back end of that car. It is mangled.
It's better than I expected being a BMW, to be honest with you. The bumper, the trunk lines up pretty good.
Let's see if we got a good start here.
All right.
Yes, we do. We've got a good start.
Josh leading out Jake Sneddon. Let's see what happens. Josh a little slower on the approach. Jake flicking it in aggressive right behind him, doing all he can to stay with him. Josh flying through this second outside zone. Jake, though, glued to his door in that E36. Doesn't seem to be shaken by the V8. Can he stay off the wall? He can this time. Left foot braking it right up onto Josh's door. As Josh fills every bit of that last outside zone. Great run from both these drivers. All right, let's see what it is through the replay. Judges seem to be talking a lot of smack. Don't know who it's about. Here we go, though.
Probably you.
Second outside zone. Jake staying glued to Josh there. Josh doing a really smooth transition, putting himself exactly where he needs to be. Coming out of the middle of that last outside zone, but the rest of it really strong. Jake Sneddon doing everything he can to put it on his door after knowing he smacked the wall in the lead run. Not quite sure if they're going to, how much they're going to demerit Jake for hitting that wall, if they're going to consider it a straighten or not. But here we go. Judges making the call. Let's hear what they have to say. Josh wins.
G35 takes the win.
Josh wins.
Takes
the
that
Weens
win.
Electric. That's a big cheering crew for Josh. Is there a top 3 battle, judges? There is. So Jake Sneddon, stay on track for your top 3 battle.
We will get to see you run one more time, Jake.
Or for the 3rd place.
Jake. It looks like Jake has a funny looking water pump drawn on the back window of his vehicle.
That's interesting, huh? All right. Perogie man's back, warming up his tires. Who's he against? Clinton, get your car to the line.
Let's go, Clinton.
Clinton, get your car to the line. Never mind, Clinton, you're good.
Change
Do what
your
you
tires,
need to.
Clinton, or you're going to get cooked like a pierogi.
Dakota getting a little preemptive on the tire warmth. I mean, he doesn't even have his media guy out there to shoot him. I don't know what he's doing.
Let's go, media guy. Pick it up.
Come on, Riley. Why are you sleeping? Let's go.
Put a hustle in, Riley.
God gave you legs. Start using them. Let's run.
Jake Sneddy, number one in our hearts over here, though. He did a great job of smashing that.
Big waves from Jake. He's still very happy.
He's
Jake
happy. How could he not be
absolutely
happy?
hating E36s. I heard he purposely put it into the wall
I
because
heard
he
that
just
as well.
hates these cars so much.
That's also true.
Josh Weens, let's hear it for him, making it, I'm pretty sure this first time into the finals here. Josh putting on a show in that G35.
I heard
Let's
those
see
cars
it.
drive themselves, so I don't think that's much of a task to put those things into the finals. What is Jake Sneddy doing over there? I see him. What is
You're
Jake?
not up. Don't worry. You got time.
You got time, man. What are you doing over there?
Yes,
Yeah,
you do. You do. You do.
Yes, you do.
We're just curious what you're doing.
We just want to know what you're doing.
Oh, he wants to go faster. Oh, that's a good idea.
I think that's a great idea. Go faster into that wall.
All right, here we go. We have the man, the myth, the legend, Clinton Renaud, pulling around the bank.
He is renowned for being number one in every round.
A reminder to everyone as it gets hotter and we are getting to around, we're past lunchtime, but around dinner time, the concession is open and it has fantastic food for everyone to enjoy and it's very affordable. Please support your local racetrack. She is, the lady running it is an absolute gem and she will make you basically anything and it will be delicious. So everything on the menu there is great.
And the poutine's the best. Just hurry
poutine.
before they run out of cheese, because I was the last poutine last week, and it was 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, the poutine is
You
fantastic.
don't want to hit it after they run out of cheese, so get on it now.
All right, here we go. Dakota Janzen leading out Clinton Renaud. Dakota flicking it in. Great through the touch and go. Getting into that first side outside zone right at the end of it. Great into the second outside zone. Clinton, though, glued to his door. How can Clinton hold this transition? Fantastic. Coming into this last outside zone. Dakota with a little left foot brake. Holding himself out there. Let's hear it for him. Great first battle.
Clinton looking like he choked up there a little bit in that third outer zone. Let's see what the replay has to say about it. Coming through that outer zone too. Clinton does a great job of getting on him. Doesn't give him much room. Both drivers into that inner clipping zone. Now, I don't know if the judges are going to say that Clinton straightened there a little bit or what happened, but there was definitely a little bit of a burple in his line.
Something to keep an eye out for coming into the second run. Dakota putting on a really good lead run. He looks just really comfortable in that E46.
He looks on fire like your hair. The judges are ready. Let's see this second round.
All right, Dakota, he's going to want to win this one, knowing he's going to be chasing really aggressive, knowing what Clinton did in his chase. Here we go, Clinton, though, running away from him. Cutting into this first outside zone. Both drivers filling it. Dakota getting a little sloppy, but getting back on Clinton's door here. Dakota, hold it together, buddy.
Big straighten, I believe, there from Dakota.
Clinton putting on a beautiful leader on Dakota. Just a little just a little too much angle coming out of the second outside zone. Really aggressive run by Dakota, trying the best he can in the first part of this run.
Now, if I was a betting man, I would say that would be one more kind of a run.
Yeah, I'd be interested in that too.
I would like to see what the judges say. I think that would be a one more run.
I don't know, what does the crowd think over there? We leaning any which way, or are we feeling maybe a one more time?
Are we thinking one more time down there?
Oh, I see people pointing at a purple 240.
I see the judges shaking their head like it's not a one more time.
I see some people pointing at a Helmy's car. I see there's a lot of opinions, but sadly the only ones that matter are that Tanner's throwing up one more times again. He just wants to watch more drifting.
I wonder what these judges are going to have to say. It looks like they're fighting Mitch right now.
I think Dakota dropped the pierogi out of his car or something. He's looking on the ground for something.
I see Matt over here. He's holding Mitch down. He's got a fish hook into him. I don't know what's going on. It looks like they're fighting in the booth.
It is heated.
If they can't come to an agreement, we should just send them again and watch the show.
I think we should just one more time every battle for more drifting. I don't know, Riley though is packing it up. Not a lot of faith in his brother. Riley shutting it down. Or what are you doing, Riley? Get back out there.
Yeah, Riley, we don't want you to hear what's going on over there, Riley. You get out of there. He's listening to the judges, I think. He's trying to get inside. I know what you're up to down there, fella.
Reporting back what he hears to the pits.
Let's see what the judges say about the pierogi machine himself, Dakota Janzen.
And with that,
Clinton is taking the win on that one, folks.
Clinton moving on. Dakota sadly just ever so slightly overcooking the pierogi. Let's hear it for him though. Doing great. Clinton is going to be battling Jake Sneddon again, I think. Oh, not again. Nope. That's what I meant. Sorry. Dakota battles Jake. My bad.
Well, let's hope we make some pierogies because I'm getting hungry.
I'm getting a little nibbly myself up here. I heard cheddar's their best flavor.
Matt would probably know what the pierogies are the best ones. Matt, what do you think they got the best pierogies? You tried their pierogies yet? No, he has not. He has not tried the pierogi.
Rushetsky's pierogies.
We've been informed Matt's mom makes better pierogies than they do. That's a bold statement. Sounds pretty prejudiced, I mean.
Big shout out to all the drivers here. Our top four. Last four drivers remaining. We have Jake Sneddon and Dakota Janzen battling it out for third place. And then our final battle will be between Clinton Renaud and Josh Weens.
I'd like to thank my gummy sponsor, Jordan Maynard Racing, for keeping me up to date on these gummies. They're good, they're Swedish berries. The judges are drooling at them. I don't think he's going to share with them, though. He doesn't like the judging calls. Nobody likes the judging here.
Matt giving us dagger. He's not sure what he's upset about. I think he's just mad he's not driving.
Yeah, after that.
I heard Matt's taking his S15 out for round 5, though.
I think he is too, and if he doesn't, that means he's a huge you-know-what. I've seen him driving at Mission. I actually chased him down when I had my JZX. It was kind of nice looking at the white in his eyeball when he was like, "Get away from me, this is a $50,000 car. Leave me alone, Robbie." Whoever was at the starting gate that day, they're like, "Nope, don't follow him." I'm like, "Don't worry, bro, I got this."
Jake Sneddon pulled up to the line and says, "I do not need to warm my tires up. It is a warm day already."
It takes a real man to drive a nice S15 out on a track like Matt does, but I guess he's real enough a man to do it. I've seen him do it. He can do it.
All right, Riley's back on shift. We told you, buddy. Your day's not over yet. Get back out there.
Our free media guy. If you need any free media, hit him up.
Any free, I repeat, free 99.
Free
Riley Janzen.
Free videography editing from this guy. He goes down and does it for Formula Drift. He will do it for you too, folks.
Janzen Racing Media, I repeat.
Free media.
Janzen Media House.
Janzen Free Media.
Janzen Free Media House.
He's plugging his ears, but he can hear us.
We're getting big thumbs up from Riley in the infield.
Riley, we've got a list of drivers today that want you to do a free video for them. So after you're done over there, we're going to need you to come up to the announcing booth.
Here we go. All right, Dakota leading out Jake Sneddon. Dakota tipping
Both
it
drivers.
in. Jake absolutely glued to Dakota's door, though, saying LS what? LS who? Jake knocking on the door of that E46 with his lonely little E36. Staying right there with him. When Jake said he was adding speed, he meant it. Dakota putting on a really good lead run. Just leaving that last outside zone a little early. Let's see what the replay has to say.
The replay has to say that chase line was amazing.
Dakota coming in here, great through the first outside zone 1 and inner clip 1, hitting it all the spots where you need to be. Dakota,
What do you know about hitting all the spots?
I'm all right. Dakota deep through that outside zone 2 and inner clip 2, really where he needed to be, just leaving that last outside zone ever so slightly in the middle of it. Jake glued to that door.
He repeats glued.
I repeat, glued.
Now let's see what Jake can do in a lead run here. I know there's a lot of Jake fans over there. I see them all. They're excited. Some of them come all the way from America.
Woo! I heard Canada's more free than America.
I don't know, man. Not with the government looking the way it is these days.
All right, here we go. Jake Sneddon in the lead. Dakota out to chase. Let's see how they can do. Dakota, he's going to have to glue it to Jake's door. Jake going wide. Dakota right on him, though. Oh, little too much sauce from Dakota. Doing everything he can to get back on Jake's door. Jake, though, putting on a great lead run there in that E36. Right out to that last outside zone. Let's hear it for both these drivers. Great battle for our top three, or for our third position. Again, let's hear it for both these drivers, Jake and Dakota.
Phenomenal runs by both of these drivers. It's going to be a tough one to see where the judges go. I believe they're going to wait to call the announcement of the winner on this one until the end.
Yeah, we will. That is correct. We will have to wait till the final battle before we figure out who wins this.
I don't want to win. Who wins, the pierogi man or the Volvo guy?
All right, so the judges have a winner. The judges have a winner, so we will announce the winner on the podium after this next battle between Josh Weens, a young buck, a fellow young buck, against Clinton Renaud, an OG. Clinton might as well be drifting with the cane, seeing how long he's been doing this.
It kind of looks like he does drift with a cane, though. That car drives itself. I think those S13s are really well sorted out.
All right. Coming in for our last and final battle. Well, we'll see if they one more time. I don't know. Both these guys have been on one today. We have Josh Weens chasing out the legendary Clinton Renaud. Clinton sponsored by himself and friends.
And the Screaming Eagle of a 6-liter turbocharged.
Oh, baby. Clinton sponsored by America itself, providing him with that beautiful LS engine.
Donald Trump has endorsed this drift run.
I heard Donald Trump rides passenger with him in spirit every run. Janzen, back out.
Free media.
Free
Janzen Media.
Janzen Free Media House, back out to shoot more clips for free.
Any of you drivers today competing that want to get a free videography, you can get yours done right here from this fine fella in the middle.
I hear he really enjoys spending his Friday nights editing by himself in his room.
I heard he's going to be doing it Sunday night this weekend.
He's got a busy evening ahead of him, that's for sure. All right, well, speaking of busy, let's get busy with these two. Clinton leading out Josh Weens for our final battle of the round 4 BCDA Grassroots Series. Clinton tipping it in. Josh right on him through the first outside zone and second inside clip. Here we go into the second outside zone. Josh staying glued to Clinton. Clinton doing everything he can to run away, but Josh is saying, no way, Jose. Staying right there with him through that entire battle. Let's go back to this replay. Get a better look at what's going on. Get a little bit of the truth serum. All right, Clinton coming in hot. Josh spacing himself out appropriately for the touch and go, but closing the gap really quickly through that first inside clip. Here they come through this. I can't speak anymore. I'm getting tired.
You got
second
this, buddy. Keep going.
Into the second inside clip. Clinton staying on it. Little left foot break, but Josh not scared at all. Staying right there with Clinton. Here we go. Coming into the second battle. Another big shout out here before we shoot out our drivers for this last run. A big shout out to our sponsors at the BCDA, Excel Auto Glass, Certified Auto Sound, Kinetic Signs, Zestino Tires Canada, One Stop Hobbies, Still Real Productions, Reaper Customs, Fountain Tire Chilliwack, Drift Enthusiast Magazine, RaceGear.ca, Rona Building Supplies for providing us with this beautiful booth, and Chris Dwyer as well for framing it. Valley Tech Production Group, and last but not least, Agassiz, where we are hosting the final battle of the round 4. Josh leading out Clinton. Here we go. Josh dipping it in hot. Clinton staying right there with him, going a little wide, coming into the second outside zone. Josh absolutely hammered down, coming through this last transition. Great through that inner clip. Clinton it. Oh my goodness, Josh right out there. Clinton, though, giving him no space. Finishing out that run. Josh staying on it. Let's give a round of applause to both these drivers putting on a great final battle. Let's watch this replay here. Clinton, great on Josh through this first inside clip. Josh, though, doing his best to run away on the second outside zone. And through that second transition, Clinton, unfortunately, smacking that inside clip cone in the chase, which will give him a deduction. But Josh, my goodness, putting on a beautiful lead run. Rob, what do you think of this final battle?
I think it was a great final battle. We're going to have to see what the judges have to say about it. That was very close driving in that last go.
It sure shows why both these guys made it to the finals. Absolute. A show, a clinic.
And you're taking notes from this clinic that's being put on, right?
Notes.
That's good. That's good. I hope the driving comes a little bit more subpar from you next time.
Yeah, I'm hoping this will give me a lot of tips. These guys have given me a lot of tips on learning how to drive.
Perfect.
I'm getting really excited.
It's exactly what you need.
I'm stoked to put these skills and the stuff I learned today.
Put the skills into the seat, my boy.
Yep. Word to mouth. Okay, we need Jake and Dakota. Jake and Dakota,
let's
you guys
line
need
your
to
two
pull
cars
your cars
up.
Hey, stop chatting. Jake, Dakota, bring your cars up to the line.
I've just been informed.
1 second.
Hold up, drivers.
Hold up.
We're doing it one more time with these
Say
two.
it one more time. These guys are going once more. We are back at it. Clinton, sounds like Josh changing out some tires. I'm gonna have to change out some tires potentially.
Thank you.
Is that a fact, Josh? Are you changing tires?
We're good.
You're good?
He's good.
Josh is good. I repeat. Cameron Dirks coming out here. Ultimate Pit Crew coming out with the sprayer.
What is in the green solution?
What's in the green, buddy? What's in the green?
What's that magic sauce you're spraying over there?
I saw you drinking from it earlier too.
I heard it's apple Kool-Aid.
Apple Kool-Aid. Mountain Dew, maybe?
That would be a thing.
Mountain
yeah.
Dew, you get the extra stickiness from all the sugar in the soda, a little extra grip on the start. All right, Clinton doing a little zap strap repair.
Open drift will be starting at around 4:30.
I repeat, for all you guys that are knocked out and being lonely and sad boys in the pits.
It won't be long. 4:30 is coming right up.
You get to crash your car again.
It's good to hear. I looked up Mavericks like he's just shooting himself up there. No. We know he's going to try and get some of that free.
Eric over there having a hell of a ride on that scooter, doubling. Eric, if you could please get off the track.
All right, a little bit of hands on Josh's car. We're gonna give these guys a couple minutes to just.
What are they doing?
I don't know what they're doing actually. I think they're spraying it down, a little cool off. A little bit of cool off. That's what happens when you got a big LS in these cars.
Is that it?
Gotta be cool.
And improper cooling, that is. I don't think Matt's car gets hot. He must have it figured out. He doesn't drive it enough to know. That's the truth, folks. He just pulls it off the trailer and puts everybody back, put them back on the trailer. Comes again for the next one. At least he drives his. I think Jordan's got about 3 inches of dust on his car.
Speaking of, I hear Jordan might be entering round 5. Jordan is looking for a loaner car to drive round 5.
I guess Joe has beaten his previous car into a submission.
All right, lining up again, though. We have Clinton already at the line. Josh.
Clinton wasting no time to get to the line. Here comes that free media guy. He's hustling.
He's hustling. Riley Free Media House. Let's hear it.
Let's hear it for the free media guy.
Looks like he needs a little sunscreen on the back of that neck.
It looks pretty red from here.
Big shout out to Yes Sir, It's LaFleur, Blair, Howard Photography. We got Goodnight Media. We got all the guys out here. Big shout out to all our media guys getting all the clips for our drivers. Big shout out to the start line pop.
Here we go. We've got Clinton, our lead driver, right into that first touch and go section. He is off, completely lacing that first outer clipping zone. Coming into the second one, he is on the pipe, filling that zone completely. Coming into the third inner clip zone. Let's see what Clinton can do at the end here. He is pushing that little S13 here to the maximum capacity of that line.
All right, let's take a look at that replay. Josh looking like he had a little bit of a straighten coming into that last outside zone. Let's see what the cameras say. All right, Clinton coming in hot. Josh right on his door through the touch and go and first outside zone. Really good transition by both drivers, nailing that inner clip. Coming into that second outside zone, Josh a little shallow getting into it, but fills the rest of it really well. But then this is the transition here. Josh, little bit of a straighten. Not quite. I was trying to be nice. Josh straightening sadly on that transition. Not 100% sure what the judges will say about it. But here we go. Coming into the second run, Josh probably knowing he's at a disadvantage is going to run a real hard lead run. So be ready for some action. Clinton going to put it on his door. Let's go. All right, Josh, a little slower on initiation all day, but Clinton not shaking at all, staying right there with him through that first inside clip, right through the second outside zone. Clinton
What a chase
to the
run.
side of that G35.
Shooting flames out of the hood.
Huge fireball from Clinton. Staying right with Josh. Whoa!
He is shooting flames, folks.
Clinton, though, having a big issue on that last outside zone. Let's go back to this replay. Here we go.
Let's watch the replay just for the flame shooting. That was amazing.
All right, Josh leading out. Clinton holding just a little bit tighter proximity than Josh through
Then
his
he
first
starts working
zones.
him in here now. That's when he starts reeling him in.
All right, here comes Clinton. Big fireball in 3, 2, 1. All right, shooting out. Clinton also, though, having a little bit of a bobble in the exact same spot as Josh, and then really cutting the whole last outside zone. Not quite sure how the judges are going to say this. Are you guys feeling maybe a second one more time? That's what I might be thinking. I don't know. The whole not that supportive from the spectators this time around.
Looks like they've seen enough of these two guys go. I think the spectators have made their choice. I wonder if the judges have made their decision as well.
Judges intently watching this replay. Let's watch it back one more time and see what happens here.
You know who
on
else
this last
is intently
transition.
watching? Andrew's watching the replay, and you guys can watch it live too on YouTube.
At the BCDA Drift on YouTube. All right, here we go. Let's watch this transition. Clinton also bobbling a little bit. I don't know what the judges will say, but it's a tough call. Both drivers making a mistake in the exact same spot of the track. All right, and with that, there's a one more time. These guys are running it back. They both straightened coming into this last outside zone. Both drivers bobbling.
Look at the LS ponies under the hood of both of these vehicles.
Sadly, even though one straighten may have looked more dramatic than the other, a straighten's a straighten. In these judges' minds, we have, like we said before, these judges are tough. They hold tight to their criteria, and they know that there's a live stream, so they're gonna get hard scrutiny if they make the wrong call. So they're doing their best and their darndest to make the right calls here today. Big shout out again to Matt Rushutsky, Mitch McGarvey, and Kyle Martins being out here all day. I mean, they do have a shaded booth, so I mean, they're not working that hard, but.
Drivers, Still Real Production is putting together photo packages, video packages from the filming of today's event. So if you feel like jumping in on that, get a hold of the Still Production guys, Still Real Production, and you can buy a package that'll have some quality media clips of your cars.
And I heard Riley Jansen Media House is free. Just email him. Yeah, look at that action shot. Good stuff there.
That's Anthony Dean at Still Real Productions. That is the guy you're going to want to reach out to, because the guy that's doing the free media is also fake media.
I repeat again, that's Anthony at Still Real Productions. He has been working tirelessly day and night to make this stream together and run smoothly. So big shout out to Anthony, working hard down there, being the man. He has put in many of hours. Also our camera ops, we got Brad, we got Mikey, we got more I'm sure that I don't know the names of. Shout out to all you guys for being out here, providing us with a sweet live stream. Josh Weens cooling off here. Just cooling off the G35. He's getting himself ready to run this final one more time. Jordan bringing out the fresh pair of Zestino tires all ready for our winner.
Those look like they're too big to run on your car, so they're definitely not for you.
They're definitely not for me. I mean, even if they were my size, I don't think I'd be able to spin Zestinos.
Yeah,
those fellas are grippy.
Yeah, I believe you'd be at about 80 PSI to try to make those things work with that little beams motor, fella.
Maybe 85.
All it needs is a turbo, and then it'll need another motor. Jordan Maynard How are you doing down there, fella?
Wicked.
He looks like he's having a good time today. The sun is really beating in his eyes. He looks like he needs to get some BCDA. BCDA needs to get this guy some shades. He can't even look at us up here.
We're working on it.
I heard the BCDA are going to be putting their own shades out.
Everyone give a big round of applause to 4 of our media guys here standing at the corner shooting footage for all of you guys all day long, getting all the cool photos. These guys are putting in hard work. They've been in the sun all day. Big shout out to the media team.
Yeah, but only those ones, not the one that's standing behind me. Don't give that guy a shout out.
No shout outs for him. I'm not even going to say his name.
Yeah, that's free advertising, man. Don't be saying his name anymore. He is shooting with a Canon though, folks. Look at this thing. An R6 Canon. What a fine machine here he's got. He's a compensator.
It's so good.
Oh, we're talking into the mic. All right, so it looks like Josh, if you're watching the live stream, Josh's pits just getting some work done here. Looks like potentially swapping out some tires. Clinton, his car could run for like a week and a half without turning it off and then probably keep running. So Clinton is waiting on track. He's ready to go. Throwing no shade towards Josh's car though. That thing has been running all day, and Josh himself has been putting on an absolute show. Let's see Josh, big wave. Josh doing it up. He looks focused out there. They've dropped the car down. Josh is getting back in the driver's seat. Here we go. We are about to get our last battle. Well, maybe. We'll see. We might run it one more time. We might be here till 8:30.
The real question here, Andrew, is when are we going to see you back in the driver's seat at one of these BCDA events?
Oh, Rob, that's a good question.
I mean, we love to have you announce, but we'd like to see you drive with that 87 horsepower car of yours.
Well, last time I drove in one of these series, I won really easily, and there just wasn't a lot of competition. Matt told me it wasn't fair for me to drive, even with the low horsepower car.
Matt is shaking his head no in the booth right now, folks. Matt is shaking his head no. That is not the case.
Apparently, I'm too judgmental, and I pick favorites, so I can't be a judge either. So I just gotta talk on the mic.
I think that's general consensus with all the judges. They always like picking favorites.
Yeah, I heard these guys are big on favorites around here too.
And they're big on cash bribes. I've seen it up here in the booth. I can confirm there has been pit drivers coming and giving them cash.
Huge cash prize. Like, I mean, it is unbelievable how much money these judges make on a day.
Mitch, I don't think you put any more money in his pocket. It's quite lined. No, but seriously though, how much money do you guys judges take home here today?
Okay, so Mitch is complaining.
He says that Mitch says he doesn't know how to drift. That's what I heard him say. Oh, he says he can't afford to. I think it's both. I've actually never seen Mitch drive. I don't even know if he knows how to drive. I'd like to see him drive Tanner's car in open drift.
I'd be curious to see.
I bet the drivers would like to see Mitch drive today too.
And then all the drivers, I hear after the competition,
we're all going to judge Mitch on driving.
The judges, all the judges have to take a lap.
I like this. I think we're going to have a new run after the end of that.
All right. Josh warming up his tires here for this final battle. Clinton on the line, ready to go. His tires have been warmed. All right, we got a big crowd here standing on the sideline. Who thinks Clinton's going to take the win on this one?
I think the LS-powered car is going to take the win on this one.
I think LS Power Car has a really good chance on taking the win on this one.
The one that's made from the Nissans.
The Nissans. I heard both of these cars
It's
are
one
made
of them
from
Nissans cars.
One of them LS-powered Nissans. Nissans, if you're Australian.
Nissan.
I heard you're missing your Nissan.
I am. I'm missing my Datsun.
But it rolled away from me.
Here we go.
Clinton leading out. Josh, let's see what they can do. Clinton
Big initiation.
Great. Josh staying right there with him as much as he can. Clinton flying though as much as... Oh my goodness, great through the second outside zone. Josh doing everything he can to stay with him. Great by both these drivers through the last inside clip and this final. Josh!
Oh, that is going to be it for that one, folks.
Josh just wanting it a little too hard. Threw just a touch too much angle into it and looped it on this last outside zone. Let's go back to the replay.
Quite
and watch
unfortunate to watch that unfold because we love to watch Clinton lose, but it doesn't look like that's on his cards today.
Yeah, I really prefer when Clinton loses these two. All right, let's see what Josh does here. Doing everything he can to stay right on Clinton's door. Doing a great job through the first half of this track and the second portion. Just at the end here, almost losing it, having to flick it in, and just sadly a little too much sauce from Josh looping it in the chase.
Now, I thought when you have Wisefab front ends like that, you're not allowed to loop out. I don't know how that works. Isn't that like the ultimate cheat code?
Yeah. I heard that too. All right, here we go. Josh leading out Clinton into this first touch and go. Josh hitting all the zones he needs to. Clinton knowing he's got an advantage, pacing himself accordingly here, but not giving Josh too much space. Here we go through this last transition. Josh flicking it. Clinton staying right with him. Josh filling all of this last outside zone. Clinton again. Little shallow. Josh knowing that this is probably his last run, roasting off these tires. Let's hear it for both these drivers. Big round of applause. Not every day you take the final battle to 2 one more time. Jake Sneddon, Dakota Janzen, please bring your cars to the line. All right, let's hear it again one more time for these 4 drivers making it all the way today.
Hurry up, Perogie Man, let's go.
Come on, Perogie Man. Perogie. I could really use a
Great driving
pierogi.
from these final 4 today.
Let him hear ya. We have Clinton Renaud, Jake Sneddon, Josh Weens, and Dakota Janzen rounding out our top 4 in no particular order. Judges here walking down the line to give out the prizes. Jordan Maynard in this green t-shirt. Jordan, give everyone a big wave. Jordan putting in every ounce of effort he's got to keep this series and everything running and keep expanding and growing.
He makes everything run except for his own car, that guy, and we can't thank him enough for that. We almost had a camera down, folks.
Big save by Mikey. Good stuff.
Good save by Mikey.
All right, Rob. All right, couple of beautiful people here and beautiful cars on the line.
Okay, your third place. Third place wins you $100 cash courtesy of Zestino Canada, $50 gift card courtesy of Still Real Productions drone footage, and a $50 gift card courtesy of Fountain Tire Chilliwack. Your third place driver today is Jake Sneddon.
Hey, let's hear it for Jake. Putting in a show on his first day ever driving this E36.
He looks more comfortable in that thing than he does the Volvo. I hope he swaps motors and drives this car more often. Okay, so our first place gets you 1 pair of Zestino tires of a $350 value, $200 cash courtesy of Zestino Canada, exclusive detail package courtesy of Reaper's Custom of a $450 value, alignment package courtesy of Fountain Tire Chilliwack of a $200 value, and a $100 gift card courtesy of Lordco Auto Parts, your first place driver. Clinton takes the win.
Let's hear it for Clinton, taking his 3rd win of the series. He is coming for the, I think that might be the securing the championship for Clinton. But last but not least, 2nd place.
2nd place gets you a $200 cash courtesy of Zestino Canada, $100 gift card courtesy of Certified Auto Sound, $100 gift card courtesy of Fountain Tire Chilliwack, and a $100 gift card courtesy of racegear.ca. Your 2nd place driver,
Josh Weens. And with that, 4th place, Dakota Janzen. Let's hear it for him, putting on a show, finally getting this E46 back out here.
Sorted out.
He is doing well in it. I'm excited to see what he can do for round 5. One more time, let these guys hear it. Our top 3, Clinton Renaud, Josh Weens, and Jake Sneddon. Thank you for coming to the round 4 of the BCDA Drifts Grassroots Series.
Open Drift will be starting at 4:30.
Drivers, Open Drift starts at 4:30. Again, thank you again to our sponsors here, Excel Auto Glass, Reaper Customs, Certified Auto Sounds, Kinetic Signs,
Zestino Tires,
One Stop Hobbies,
Still Real Production,
Fountain Tire Chilliwack.